I just love some of the comments that we get. Hello to you all. Yeah, I guess it's the time of year, isn't it? The weather. And luckily, I was speaking to one of my colleagues who's a guest later, and luckily, we found out my machine rebooted last night, and the microphone stopped working, and we didn't know until we tried to talk to each other. So that was just as good as well. Hello to everybody again. We're short for time today because we've got a lot of content going on. And we're going to do the giveaway later on today. We're actually going to do it at 12 noon. We've got a whole bunch of things, and I probably won't be able to go through them all. But let's just look at the schedule, because one of the questions we got asked in the chat was, where's the chat? I've lost it now. Is there any way to post today's schedule to the YouTube comments? Actually, I put the link in the YouTube comments where you can get what you need. You can also go to, and hopefully this will work, because for some people this has been a bit of a problem, but if you go to coderage.embarcadero.com or go to the blog page and choose the CodeRage link in there, the schedule will be up there, and the actual page itself, it should redirect to, is this one. For some reason, there's been a bit of a problem with the internet DNS. As you know, it's always a DNS problem, and it wasn't redirecting. So if you get stuck, go to that page. The schedule is on there, but not withstanding that, let us go to what's on today. We've changed our schedule. Someone couldn't make it on one of the sessions, and one of the other sessions, let's just say they're overreached a little bit. They had a 1 hour slot, and to be fair, I didn't tell them it was a 1 hour slot, but they had a 1 hour slot and produced 2 hours of content. So he's a doctor, so you know, as in a teaching professor rather than a medical doctor. At least I don't think he's a medical doctor. I've never asked him. No, I'm sure he's a computer science doctor. But anyway, we'll talk about that in a moment. But starting off, we'll be keeping data secure while delivering self-service analytics. That's any minute now. And that's from Stephen Ball, a colleague of mine, a good friend as well, who is back uninjured and unsmashed from being a umpire. I think that's a proper term for it. A basketball match the other time we spoke to him, because I was a little bit concerned about for his safety, because I've seen basketball referees be squished by very tall, gangly people in basketball, because that seems to be the way that these things are. After that, in around about an hour's time, and our times are going to be slipping a little bit today because of the length of the content, is linear algebra, matrices, vectors, and homogeneous coordinates for 2D graphics. And that's going to be split into 2 parts because it is quite a long subject. Dr. Kevin Bond is going to be presenting that. It is related to Delphi. He does use Delphi in his courses. He teaches using Delphi, I believe. He'll be there for the Q&A for part 1, and he said he will actually try and be here for part 2 as well. Following that, at 12 noon US Central Time or 6 p.m. UTC GMT, will be JP Mugas, who is an MVP, and he is in charge of the Taurus TLS project. Very interesting project to work with Indy. I'll let you explain all about it. His presentation's quite short, and because of that, he's going to be there for the Q&A, but we're also going to do the giveaway during that section because I'll have some spare time available. So we've got some more things to give away. If you want to know what they are, if you go to that link that I showed you earlier on the, let me just pull that up. If you go to that link, there's a section that says show me the giveaways or something like that. I forget what the exact, view giveaways and register. You can get them there. In order to be part of the giveaways, you do need to have registered. The only reason for that is I've got no other way of knowing who you are because of the way that YouTube works and all the rest of it. So go to that page and you can register. You need to put your proper name in and your email address. I think that's all we ask you on there. And then each day when I've got a giveaway, I receive a message in the morning, an email in the morning from everybody that's registered up until 6:30 a.m. my time, which is about just after noon GMT or UTC. and I will use a random generator to pick the giveaway. We have got a whole bunch of things to give away, so we'll be doing that after JP's session about Taurus TLS. After that, Dion Mine will be back on, I think, the 3rd or 4th of his sessions. He's got 4 sessions, crazy person. AI in your CI/CD, ship smarter, not slower. Dion actually runs an AI-focused company. He's the CEO, I think, of that company. Very interesting session. If you want to see real AI and that kind of AI-assisted coding, watch Dion's session because that's good. Really what he's talking about. 1 p.m. US Central Time, 7 p.m. UTC. And then after that, part 2 with Dr. Kevin Bond again. He comes roaring back to teach you some more stuff and make you absorb computer science the easy way. You just sit back in your chair with a coffee or whatever, or brandy if it's very late at night and you've had a tough day, unless you're underage, in which case Coca-Cola or something. Linear algebra, matrices, vectors, and homogeneous coordinates of 2D graphics, part 2. And then finally, the final session of the day will be with Carlos Agnes, the do's and don'ts of working with interfaces. Interfaces, once you know how to use them, very, very useful. And they add some cool things to the way that you write code, reference counting and a few other things as well. But watch Carlos's session at 3 p.m. That's what we've got coming up today. And let me just get rid of that overlay so that we can go back to the content. So starting now, we are going to go and have the first of our sessions, and that is from my colleague Stephen Ball. He will be here for the live Q&A. He's back in the green room at the moment, and unlike a TV green room, he has to provide his own refreshments. And he doesn't have Meryl Streep sitting next to him or anything like that, as far as I'm aware. Maybe he has. But we will be talking to him live in about 48 minutes. So keeping data secure or delivering self-service. Thanks for watching. We'll see you shortly. Live Q&A. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to this next session of CodeRage. My name's Stephen Ball, and in this session we're going to be looking at how we can keep data secure while delivering self-service analytics to our end users. Now the session's going to cover a lot around data security and looking at some of the challenges that we have to face up to when we're building applications. And regardless of what you're using to report or to provide data out to your customers, there's going to be an awful lot of really useful kind of content at the start here. And then we're going to get into actually looking at some self-service analytics and how we can actually deliver that through Yellowfin and embed that into our existing VC applications or FlyMonkey applications with Rad Studio. So the first part, we're going to very much look at the security landscape. We're going to touch on DORA, GDPR, NIS2, just to pick out a few of them, and just pick up some of the general trends that we need to be aware of. We'll then have a look at some of the end user behaviors that go on that we need to be kind of thinking about and thinking kind of beyond what our users are doing with the software that we're writing, but how they're kind of using that data and where there's space for us to actually be able to help them keep a little bit more secure and provide additional value to the customers that we're providing software to. And if you're an ISV, this is the type of thing that really does make a huge difference and helping keep your applications running for longer with customers, which is ultimately what the kind of the key aim really is. Then we're going to move into having a quick look at Yellowfin BI, which is an entire BI platform and covers a lot of the kind of core concepts that we're going to be looking at the start. And then we're going to get into some code and actually have a look at how simple and easy it is with the samples and the libraries that have been released to get in and embed Yellowfin into our existing applications. And either you can do it right now or later on through the session. I'd definitely recommend going to sandbox.yellowfinbi.com and just register on there and get a free account where you can then get access to the source code of the samples that we're going to be having a look at through the session and start playing with embedding content directly into your application today. So let's start off with having a look at some of the kind of data legislation and security challenges that we need to be aware of and how we can help in those areas. So to do this, I've just picked out a few. There's quite a few around the globe, but these are some of the more dominant ones that are in the news at the moment. We're going to start off with DORA, which is the Digital Operational Resilience Act. Now, the key thing here, DORA is about ensuring that financial sector organisations are able to keep running even if they have system failures. And you might be thinking, well, I'm not really kind of doing financial applications. Well, you've got to be careful around what gets classed as a financial sector application. And if you're supplying software to organizations that are working within the supply chain of financial sector organizations, then you still need to be thinking and being able to kind of confirm up to some of this, because you're likely to get asked over the coming months and years to be able to sign up to some of the things that they're having to sign up to supply their customers. So from a developer perspective here, I think the key thing here is we need to make sure our software is secure, reliable, auditable, which is a key point here, recoverable and predictable. So recoverable could be things like point-in-time recovery on your database. If you're not using Interbase, that's definitely a feature that's worth having a look at on the server versions. Auditable, again, being able to track what's happening and changing through your systems. So making sure that the people who've got access to things are recorded as having access and when they've had access. And predictable is quite an interesting one here. I think there's a lot going on with AI at the moment, which isn't that predictable. You often get a different answer out. So I think that's going to be something that's going to be quite interesting to keep an eye on this in this area. But the predictable part, there's an awful lot that you want to be able to kind of ensure that is, you run the same thing twice and you get the same answer. And certainly when it comes to financial stuff, that's really important. The key requirements really to think about when you're developing applications, control over data leaving your system. That is one of the most important things. You want to be able to ensure that you've got the security from source all the way through, because as soon as that data is exported, you may have done your job up to that point, and then you say, well, it's over to you to keep track of that. But if you give them a chance to export a CSV file or an Excel file or PDF or whatever it is, and they can then just email that or put it on a disk and it gets passed around and shared, you have lost control of where that data is. So that's one of the things that is, something to kind of really consider, how you're doing that and sharing that data. And obviously, wherever you are doing that type of stuff, make sure you're logging who, what, where, when, and how they've done that. Okay, another one, GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulations. These really cover personal data. There's a UK version and there's a European version around this. GDPR really is about making sure that if something is identifiable, and it could be a gender in a zip code or a postcode, if that's the only male or female of that in that area, that's enough to identify somebody. So you've got to be very careful about what you're tracking and how it's then stored. You've got legitimate use to track it and store it. That's absolutely fine. But what you need to be thinking about is privacy by design, making sure that you've got encryption on your database at rest. Again, another really good use of Interbase there, with both to-go or server editions, being able to have that security at rest. Using different encryption codes on the database and the different columns, that type of thing. One of the things I would say here is that when you are allowing people to report against data, it also comes down to making sure that the right people can see the right data at the right time. And if you've got different locations, different roles, making sure that you can control the data to who sees what for which area is quite an important thing. And that's certainly something to think about as developers who are putting applications together in this area. Now, this matters. This really does matter. And the reason for that comes into the enforcement side. You don't want to be on the wrong side of your customers if you have a mess up in your software that allows people to access into data they shouldn't do. non-compliance can result in substantial fines. We're talking 4% of a company's global annual turnover. In the UK, it could be up to £17.5 million is the fine. But if their turnover is bigger and 4% of their turnover is larger, then they can still be fined up to 4% of their turnover. So the fines here are huge for getting it wrong. NIST 2 is Network Information Security Directive. This is version 2 now. This is very much around, this is a EU directive around cybersecurity. It's about ensuring that operational resilience is in play and that we have system handling of critical data analytics. Now, the thing here, and why this is really important for your customers, is that senior management is now personally liable, for complying with these measures. So we're now at the point that the legislation that's out there is not only saying, hey company, you could be fined if you do something wrong, but if things are set up and not done in the right way, they're now adding in that senior management can be personally liable. And that's a pretty major thing. When some of the risk that goes along with this can be financial, it can be imprisonment, that's something that people really want to take notice to. And the thing here, as I was saying earlier, some of these really impact down the supply chain. And this is one where it really does. Supply chains need to be signing up to the directive if they want to be part of the whole supply chain. And that's suppliers, subcontractors, and software that you're producing and supplying into those teams. Needs to be signing up to that area. So, there's a lot to be thinking about here. Now, when it comes to BI, you need to be thinking about making sure that you've got access control in place, you're restricting access to reports and dashboards. You may be wanting to make sure that you have a team that approve content before it's shared out. You certainly want to have control over export permissions. If you've got conversations that need to happen around the data, it's better that happens in a BI platform like Yellowfin rather than being something that's happening outside, where it's outside of a data controlled governed area. If you're logging stuff out, and I know a lot of usage happens taking data out to put together reports for board meetings and those types of things. Again, that's an area that you need to make sure there's a lot of prep and everything going on around. So, okay, I think that's a really good kind of summary. I think looking across what's been happening with some of this legislation in the last few years, IBM did a really nice a report out recently back in 2024. They averaged out that the cost of a data breach worked out to be around about $4.8 million for an organization. And that was bundled up from regulatory action and fines, remedial action that they need to take in place in terms of the people who had their data exposed, putting them on credit reports and allowing them to be checked for a period of time, having systems reviewed, analysed and updated. There's a lot of things that kind of go into impacting an organisation. And the average cost per record per capita worked out about $165 per record that was breached. So this is a lot of money for a single record, but that's where it ends up boiling down to. And a lot of this is coming in from data that's getting outside of governed areas, CSV files, Excel, PDFs, the ad hoc reporting and stuff that happens to build the data that companies need. Is an area that is getting targeted and hit here. About 80% of the information that's being picked up and targeted for is personal identifiable information. And there's a strong focus from people who have been targeting data around HR and finance data. That's where the top target areas are. So hopefully now you've got a bit of a background in terms of what we need to be thinking of behind and beyond the user requirements that come through. And I want to kind of go through some workflows of pretty typical user use cases. So to do that, I'm going to introduce you to Sarah. Sarah is our VP of Sales. She's a fictitious VP, so just for purpose of our story here today. Now, Sarah, during her normal day-to-day work, has duties that include organising the sales team. She's running their sales team. She is hiring and firing. She's doing a whole load of, budget setting, target setting for the team. She's monitoring the cost of the sales team and the activities that they're undertaking. And she needs to be able to make decisions based on data. What's working well. She's going to be cross-referencing data from the marketing team to work out, which campaigns are linking into better leads for her and her team to work through, and what kind of information they need around that. But one of the most important things she needs to do, she needs to report to the board. She needs to make sure that the C-suite have got everything they need to know about the numbers to be able to make business strategic decisions and to help adjust the business accordingly. So she's working cross-functional. Some of the challenges she's facing up to are going to be around getting the data. She's working across multiple teams here. Finance is often working on a separate system to the marketing teams, and the sales data may be linked up to the finance system, or it may be running separately. You might have stuff in Salesforce, or you might have stuff in a system that you have built and designed and are sharing out. So multiple different data sources here to work through. One of the key things for her is she wants to be able to kind of regularly monitor what's going on. Now, to do that, she needs not necessarily real time, but near to real time insights. And even if it's that day or up to the previous day, so she can make adjusted decisions around what's going on. One of the key issues and challenges here is around data accuracy, where you've got multiple different data sources, being able to make sure that you're always pulling in the same way from those different data sources and combining it in the same way, and how that's being done is an important factor. And you need that data combined to be able to make fast decisions. Now, typically what we see for people like Sarah is that this takes a lot of time. If it's her time or staff that are working on it on her behalf, they're pulling data from different data sources, having to maybe export it into Excel, to generate it into pivot tables and to charts, and to combine that together and then copy those into PowerPoint and show that information as a unified point of truth. The challenge here is often data sources then get outdated quickly, or they might not be working on the same specific point in time, where you have data that is being managed in different locations, for example in Excel, and then being copied to PowerPoint. If you're using the template that you ran last week or last month, have you managed to make sure that all the content that's been moved across has been moved correctly? Have you forgotten or skipped a slide that you forgot about? Have we got the same point of truth? So these are all challenges that come in around this type of thing. And obviously the exporting and sharing, as soon as it's outside the database, as soon as it's outside of those governed walls, it becomes a lot harder to keep, manage and track. So this is a real challenge around some of those issues that we spoke about earlier, about knowing who's got access to the data, where they got it, being able to audit all of that as well, and make sure that you can fulfill all that compliance side of things. So what's happening today? So here's a couple of examples. We've got Chris from marketing who's got an email across to Sarah saying, hey, I've added into the slide deck the latest data from marketing. It includes cost per lead. Sarah's messaging the finance team to try and get content through. We've got Frank from human resources again, who's helping Sarah with some of the data, making sure that that's pulled together. Lots of different people spending a lot of time trying to get this data pulled together. It would be so much easier for them to have something where it is all embedded into a single platform. And also all the time and the energy that they're having to spend building these reports and putting them together and building these presentations would be just so much better if it was self-served. And that's really where Yellowfin comes in. So we're going to have a look at Yellowfin in a moment. I just want to give you a very, very quick overview first and foremost. Yellowfin is an entire BI solution. And the great thing here is, yes, you can connect up to your data sources and you can build charts and dashboards and have multiple charts linked together with different parts of the data. One of the really nice things is you can combine data that is from different systems across into the reports that you're then being able to serve out and embed into your kind of core application. So even when you've got data sources that you don't actually connect up to normally within your application, you can connect them in the BI platform and then bring those reports in. The great thing here is, we've spoken a little bit about the time and the energy that it takes to build presentations. Yellowfin itself has a solution that's very similar to PowerPoint, but has all these kind of slides pre-built, templated through, and you can set them to automatically update with the last, for example, 7 days of data, or the last month, or the last quarter, and those types of things. What that enables you to do is, build it once and then just set it on a scheduler to go out to everybody. We literally, I spoke to somebody just a couple of weeks ago who was saying that since they embedded Yellowfin into their business, they've got 2 members of staff that now have an extra day a week free, because they were just building content and putting these reports together to share around with everybody. And instead of that, they've now got these reports in a presentation that's delivered, and those reports are then interactable with, so they can click on them, drill into them, view the data, ask questions of the data, get the data explained to them, a bit like having a BI analyst on demand. The assisted insights just tells them exactly what's going on with that data, which is fantastic. One of the things that's also very beneficial, and if we think back to the story of Sarah earlier, how many times do you want to get a quick answer to a question? And rather than having to have a BI analyst or a developer on side ready to develop a report for you, you just want to be able to say, hey, can I get a list of the top selling items from this region in this time period? Can you tell me more about what's going on with specific items within that data? You can do that with guided NLQ, natural language query. You can literally just ask a question and get the response back. Now, we also spoke about getting all this data, maybe looking at things and going, well, I'm not quite sure what's going on there, or I want to discuss this, or this is something that's really important for the team to have a conversation around. And that's where something like Yellowfin Stories comes in, where you can actually start embedding content into basically something similar to a blog post internally within the Yellowfin platform, where you can tag people into it. And going back to the auditing side of things, you can see who's seen it, when they've seen it, to know that they have actually viewed that data. So again, if you've got compliance side of things, people need to see things and have them ticked off of being seen. Again, stories can help you do that type of thing. But I think one of the things that really excites a lot of people is around signals. And signals is about being able to monitor data and tell Yellowfin about your data model, what key metrics fit into your data. And then when something unexpected happens, when something higher than the norm happens, to be able to get a notification about it. Say, hey, you might want to have a look at this. And we've seen real examples of where this has saved people thousands of pounds, dollars, tens of thousands even. Somebody made a mistake on a bottle of whiskey, a supplier, and they started putting it out to retail at a price that was for the 10ml bottle rather than the 100ml, for example. I can't remember the exact measurements, but you get the point. All of a sudden, the sales skyrocketed on a specific item. Now, it was a mistake. It was a human mistake, but they were able to track it and get alerts from the system before it got too far down the line. Suddenly, there's a massive spike in sales on a specific product line. Oh, what's going on here? They're able to look into it and, we found the issue here, and then go and get it resolved and sorted before it kind of became a big issue. So those types of things are really important as well. So let's have a quick look at Yellowfin at this point. Okay, so here we are at sandbox.yellowfinbi.com. I've got my username and password in here, so let's just go and log in. If you want to get an account on here, you can just use the register and fill in the form there. Now, most of the time when you log in, you'll be taken straight through to the dashboards. I have mine going to the timeline to show me where I've been and what I've been visiting. But from here, we've got a few example dashboards that have been completed. So you don't need to learn Yellowfin to start playing and being able to pull the content and show the content embedded. And there's some great demo data in there for you already to play around with. And that's why the sandbox is really good for developers. So here we've got some invoice data over time. And we can see there's a gender chart here with male and female, so I can see the percentages. But also I can hover over and get the full detail through. But I also can see popping up here is the auto analyze. So let's go ahead and auto analyze and let's explain this data. And here we are, we've now got an explanation of the data automatically generated for us, which is quite nice. We'll have a look at some of that in a moment, but I just want to show you through here. We've got some additional reports, so I can see, hey, there's different values coming through for different regions. So let's drill into Europe, and we can see here there's a lot going on with Italy. And again, I can drill further into Italy and start getting individual camps. But I can reset back up to where I wanted to by using the breadcrumbs that are put together here. I can also view this data in a tabular form and see it marked against its KPI. So these are different options of charts that are all kind of linked, embedded in there. I've also got another version of the same kind of report here. Again, allow me to drill through and actually have a pop-up of the data. And here I can actually see average ratings versus the invoice, the number of athletes, the camp name, country. So quite a lot of different stuff going on here. Color coding to indicate different data points. I can also see the donut presentation of that data. Again, these are all custom designed and built to go with each of the reports. And we also have kind of report data here on a map. So we can see different bubbles highlighting different sizes of revenue. So we see a small bubble here is 13,000. Let's go to one of the bigger ones over here. You see that's 46,000. So quite an interesting way to actually see data with different representations on the map there. I'm also going to just scroll down beyond that. Here we've got the ability to filter and work through different time points, which is quite nice, being able to adjust it visually here and drill into the data that we want. And finally here we've got the regional profit summary. So we've got, again, different types of indicators and different sections here, and I can maybe click on 2020 and let's compare that to 2025. And again, what's happening in the background here is it's using the data model to go analyze the data and then do a number of different calculations and bring us back how the times compared and how we can see the variances between the different years. We've got some explanation behind it. We've got variance by the demographics. We've got variance by the sum of profit margin. We've also got demographics by the camp region, so we can actually see which camps are doing better or worse between those different times. So again, really, really useful data explained out, and all these charts and this explanation has been done by the machine learning that's within Yellowfin. None of the data's had to go anywhere for that. It's all been done and operated locally here. Now, we've also got a campaign analysis dashboard here. This one's got a number of different filters that are applied in. Again, different types of charts showing with spark lines and again, drilling in, being able to choose the different bits. And we select one part here, it's then updating everywhere else. And we can see variations against age ranges and regions and actually see how that all kind of links together. So really, really useful. And again, these filters here, we can turn those on and off, and that will impact the whole chart. So also want to have a quick look at the browse. I mentioned earlier presentations. So I'm going to go and have a look under the presentations here. And let's have a look at the monthly sales deck. Now, again, this can be set to email out to people with the information. And look at this, we've got live data in our presentations. So if you want to find out about something, all those features that we had a look at are available, and we can filter and exclude or keep or whatever we want to do here to actually drill into the data as we're looking at it and having that kind of enhanced discussion. So this is a really, really useful way to be able to kind of bring all the data to life and actually make it really informative and useful at the same time. And oh, look, I've got to drill down to media here. So let's go and drill down and have a look and see what that's doing. So I won't go through all the details here, but there's, this is a great place to come in and have a look and have a play around. There's examples of the different things within here for you to go and play with and be able to pick up through the API, so you can see how to embed content in. And the great thing about having the pre-built content is you can go play with it, and then as a developer just call and pick up the pre-built content, and then when you're ready with the API all working, then start working on embedding your own content into Yellowfin. Okay, so I haven't been had a look at the report builders or anything else like that. There's loads of webinars to go into those, but yeah, really simple drag and drop environment for that. Right, anyway, before we get into the code, I just wanted to highlight a couple of really useful architecture types that you can work with here. So we've seen the Yellowfin web client here, and you can access that directly and work with that directly. And if you are going to put this into one of your customers or into your business, it gives you web reporting straight away. That is awesome. So access remotely, you can get in and work with the stuff. We also have this really useful approach where you can embed individual elements. Now, we've just seen a bunch of different reports in dashboards. You can actually use the API and the library that's been written up to fetch and embed specific content and then embed that into your application. The other option is just to have your native client and then fetch information from it and just display the information without actually embedding the content. So this is kind of useful. You can actually pull and fetch data directly from the Yellowfin API from the reports that are being generated to then display in inside your application, or you can just embed the actual reports and have the user experience that you've just seen online actually in your application. So these three different approaches offer a great way to bring that data to life. And as I mentioned earlier, because you're pulling content directly from Yellowfin, you can actually embed in and actually use different data sources and have, for example, analytical data that you're connecting up to and driving that into your main reports and augmenting the data that you're coming from your custom application with the data from other data sources to then build the reports or the dashboards that you're going to embed. And to do that, you don't need to actually add all the drivers or anything else like that for those platforms in, or those data sources. You can just pull it in through wherever you're accessing your data from Yellowfin. Okay, so I think I've touched on a few of these bits already. It makes a very flexible architecture for reporting. It's a bridge to having distributed data, enabling your customers to report on data from different sources, all within your main application, which kind of keeps them where you want them in your core application, and reduces the time it takes to go off and do other tasks and come back. You can bring that information directly in, and reports, having them automatically filtered for a specific customer record when you're in that customer's data in your application, allows you to make timely decisions and actions, which is a fundamental part of having BI within the solution. The other thing I mentioned, everything I've just done in the Yellowfin sandbox there has been tracked. It knows what I've done, when I've done it. It keeps hold of notes around version changes to reports. So all the access history, the things that we spoke about in the compliance earlier on, that's all happened. It's done. And the great thing, if you embed the content with the API, the same thing. You're able to embed in who's actually connecting in, what they're doing, and have all of that tracked and managed through your application as well. So let's talk about how we embed and what we can do to get this into our code. So Yellowfin has 3 different approaches for embedding content. And the good thing here is you can actually use a mix of them. So we're going to use REST to be able to communicate with the backend API. We're going to use a single sign-on with a login token just to do a simple login to the application and show you how you can enter into different locations in the application. And that's the simplest form of integration and actually provides a huge amount of functionality. There's also a SOAP integration, which allows you to do a similar type of thing, calling the API in the back end. And there's also a JavaScript API, which allows you to use it through a web page. Now, if you've got intranets or you're building things out, maybe you might build some stuff with web stencils and build an application there. There's the JavaScript API as well to allow you to integrate and do work on the client side as well. Now, a lot of the integration here works with 3 different types of tokens. So we have a request token, which is a bit like an application level token. And then the request token, once you've got that, you can then actually, if you're using single sign-on, you can use the request token that you've got to get an access token. And that access token then gives you access to the system for a specific period of time. Now, using that access token, you can get a generate a request token for a specific user if it's not the user who's logging in. So if you want to do single sign-on without having to get them to log into Yellowfin, then you can actually use the request token to get the access token. And then with the access token, you can then use that for generating a one-time login token. And that login token will define where they're going in, what's going to be visible of the parts of the Yellowfin BI platform. It's highly embeddable, and we'll see some of that. But the online documentation on the developers.yellowfinbi.com site is extensive here, and most of the API has been wrapped up into an extendable library. So there's not a lot for you to do, but if there's anything else that you want to play around with, then you've got access to everything there. Now, the other thing that you can do, and I'm not going to go through this today, but you can white label the whole platform. Here's just an example of the login screen being changed. You can change the layout, move these controls around. There's an awful lot you can do. One of the things that's really clever with Yellowfin, if you are going to embed it and deploy it out with your application, you can basically put this folder of content that overrides the core content. So it could be the logo, it could be the login page, it could be your CSS for the colors and the branding within Yellowfin. But the great thing by having that folder is if you ever need to do an update to the Yellowfin system over time, which you're going to want to keep up with the latest versions and stay compliant with things, then it will just pick up the override folder as soon as it starts, and any updates you apply will never get lost against the color schemes and the logos and bits that you need. So it works in a really, really well thought out way to help white label, which is why a lot of the Yellowfin customers are just white labeling and using it. So anyway, let's jump into the code very quickly and have a look through the samples that we've got here. Now I've got 3 samples that come with the Yellowfin samples from GitHub, and the 3 samples, the first one is very much a quick and simple example that connects up to the library. You can see there's an awful lot of library files in here allowing us to connect up to all the different parts of the API. Now these files work in groups of 3. So we have the actual core functions that you can go call. And these functions take in the server details, the access token, and then provide out through a variable something from the API. And then you get the transport response, which then provides you the raw data and the success criteria. Now, because these are interfaced objects, you don't need to manage the memory of them. They'll just free away. But the code behind these is all calling the transports and then mapping it through to the objects that are defined in the interfaces, and then the classes which provide an instance of the implementation of the interface. So for example, under the interfaces here, we can see we've got a simple category model. And if we go into here, we can see we've actually got a class that implements that model. And then right at the bottom, each of these classes that are defined are mapped against the interface into a class factory, which the generics is then using to provide you the objects back. So really quite a simple model here, but it means that we've got a lot of the API wrapped up in a way that makes it very, very quick and easy to work with, including a lot of content in here for users. So for example, we've got the ability to get a user, get a metadata for filtering and searching on users. Getting a specific user by its ID, by the name, by email address, updating a user, updating user's password, following requests, adding favorites, user access, so adding them to different tenants, an awful lot of different capabilities wrapped up in the library to call very, very quickly and easily from Delphi. So this example is actually quite a good one to start with. It is just a command line application, and I am just going to run that here so you can see it. But it just shows you how a number of these different classes and the methods can work. And I'm just going to run with the content that I've got currently in there. And it tells me a little bit about the tokens and what it's about to do. So it'll then run through, it'll get an access token, a refresh token. We can see the user that I've just selected to. We can see the login token that I just generated. So I can go ahead and copy that. And if I go to Chrome in here, I'll be able to log directly in with that record, which is pretty good. So yeah, this is all just kind of running through, showing you how it works, and you can read through the code here without a lot of UI stuff getting in the way. So that's quite a nice simple sample to start with. The second example that's in here is actually what we call the API Explorer. Now this one is really more for kind of debugging and working around, but what this allows you to do is in the settings here, come in and put your credentials in, and then you can use this to explore the API. So it will show you a structured version of what's coming out in the JSON. It allows you to see everything that's coming out. And you can then go ahead and play with this to go and fetch a list of users and fetch a specific user by their ID and so on. So yeah, that's a nice sample to have a play with as well. But the one that I think is probably going to interest most people is the last one that we have here, which is just the VCL example. Now this is a quick, nice and easy example, and I'm going to run it first and then show you the code behind here. This one has server settings. Again, you come in, put your credentials in here, and then just choose the update. I'm using single sign-on at the moment, so I'm just going to log in for this user and choose login. And what we'll be able to see now is Yellowfin content inside the VCL application. And I've got a number of options here to turn headers on, footers on, show the log off, show the side navigation, and so on. So you can play around with how they kind of impact and what that kind of shows in the content. In fact, let's just do that now. Let's just turn everything on, and let's just go and log in again, and that will reload. And we can see now we've got the branding, all the other navigational side of things. So you can literally give people the chance to log straight in, but maybe hide the log out option. And from in here, they can then go ahead and create and do everything they want to do. Use the natural language query to go ask a question, show profit margin by camp region. Great. And we also have an AI version now as well, where you're using NLQ. I haven't actually got it enabled here on the sandbox at the moment, where you use AI and you can actually ask the question using freeform text, and it will then show you how it's mapped that back to the guided NLQ to give you the data out, which is pretty cool. So let's just go back and take these options off. And I'm going to go ahead and use the dashboards now. And let's just go back to the content. And we can see now we're back to the purely embedded content. Let's go to timelines and see where I've been. And I can go and reactivate and launch through content that I was at before. Let's go to the browse. Here I've got the ability to browse through, maybe go and have a look for different things. Let's go and look for a presentation. There's monthly sales deck. So the browser allows me to get in and work through the content that I've got access to within the system. We've also got the ability to link in and have a direct access entry to the administration section. So I can go control the users, add a user, do anything that I want to do within here. So we've just put a sample of them in here. There's a lot of different entry points. And when you're using the API to fetch a list of reports and show the list of reports and specifically define a report that you want to embed into a workflow, again, the same kind of mechanism, and you can embed the web browser directly into a form. You can have just that report showing very quickly and easily and have that automatically launching out. So what is behind this? Well, I've linked the library that we put together here quickly in. We're not using a lot of it actually, but the main thing here, I've created this unit here called Yellowfin settings, which is just giving me my refresh token manager, my access token manager, and my configuration data. And you can copy and use this library. There's not a lot going on here. It's just a quick way to be able to manage these objects. We've done a little extra code, a class helper for it, just to save in and save out of an ini file just for demoing. I really wouldn't recommend using that in production, but it is just a nice, quick, easy way. We've got a frame in here, which is just setting up and showing the content for the server to connect in. And other than that, it's just in the main form here. And you'll see there's not a lot of code in here at all. Most of it is logging on and logging off, just creating the actions. So I've got a log off. We initiate the login form and link that back to here. So tell it what to do once to do a login. And then we just literally say, hey, load Yellowfin, dashboards, browse, administration, and these description names are passed through, and we build the URL for the single sign-on. And to do that, we need the access login token. And here we're using a single call to tyf_token requests, get a login token, single sign-on. And that will then provide us back the token, which we can then use. And the token is linked up with some parameters. So where we had those checkboxes for the different options to turn them on and off, they're just added into the parameter list. And then off we go from there. So really, really nice and easy. And that's about it. Literally, that is it. There's not a lot of code in here to embed this in because the library is all wrapped up already for you. Okay, so next steps from here, definitely have a look at the two assets that we've got on the screen here. One takes you to a blog post about how ISVs can really add a huge revenue stream into their businesses by embedding Yellowfin in. And we actually have a whole kind of BI in a box kind of solution with our partners worldwide, where they can actually partner up with ISVs locally to provide them capability that they wouldn't normally have within their organization around analytics, and to be a kind of trusted partner that you can then sell their services through you without having to train all your staff and do everything there. And we see a huge amount of uptake in that kind of area. The other part is this embedded analytics walkthrough that will show you Yellowfin in quite a few different ways, different aspects of it, and that's a really good place to go. And if you haven't already, get to the sandbox, go and get yourself signed up on there. We'll be able to get connected with you once you've got your account on the sandbox. If you have any questions, then please feel free to connect up with me. and I'll be more than happy to set up some time with one of our solution architects to talk to you about what you're looking to try and do, and to be able to get you in contact with our local partners that we have around the world for Yellowfin. As part of the follow on from signing up to the sandbox, once you've got the basic integration work done, we have a whole launchpad offering which allows you to get your solution ready for market. And we've got a guide that's about 50 pages that is intended for your entire organization to be able to work through and give you a project plan to actually launch out BI as a new product within your within your offering. Includes help and support for marketing teams, for training, support, sales. There's a whole host of things in there, and it guides you through what you need to do to be able to really drive a new revenue stream very, very quickly through having a BI platform embedded. And with that, we've got to the end of the presentation for today. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you found this really interesting and useful, and look forward to hearing what you get up to with Yellowfin being embedded into your VC applications.
Oh, I cut off the last word he said. I think he probably said something like, let's give in £500. I'm going to guess that's not what you said, right?
No, it's time for Q&A. So yeah, perfect.
Oh, well, that's not interesting at all. Okay, so I'm just going to put that link there again so that people know. Sandbox, Yellowfin BI. So this is Stephen Ball, because actually when I put these captions up, it takes our name away. There you go. Who's a colleague of mine. We're always in meetings together sooner or later. It's inevitable if you work for Idea, I think. But what's your official job title? Isn't it Director of Pre-Sales?
Pre-sales director, yeah. So yeah, I oversee the pre-sales team, the technical team that help developers kind of find.
I have absolutely zero respect for authority, so I just immediately ignore people's job titles and just go, "Hello, Stephen. All right." Talking of which, putting on a British London accent like that, I thought it was funny because the problem is sometimes people look at Yellowfin and I think it's some kind of charting package. Because I had a couple of people say that, and every time you show, that donut chart, I always hear it in my head as someone doing a kind of, because I was born in Southeast London, so, oh, you donut, it's it's a donut chart for people that don't understand stuff. So I thought it was funny, but and also Dora. I can't believe you didn't have some kind of like explorer.
Yeah. Well, I've got two young girls who would probably be screaming the same thing at me. So yeah,
you have my sympathies. I'm sure you have to listen endlessly to things where you're like, why have I got this on the TV? So yeah, it's I wanted people. I'm going to put that caption up again because I want people to be able to see that URL. So I did a webinar recently about Yellowfin. We do a little bit of promotion like that. I'll probably be doing another one. I think we've got some more planned for NHS related data or something like that. But this is my take for those of you watching who are Delphi developers. And someone's saying, is this live from Embarcadero's offices? Not really. No, that's not really how it works. We're all remote mostly. So in a way, yes. And in a way, no. So it just depends on how you do it. But it is live, yes, and we are from our respective workspaces. So if you're a Delphi developer, the thing that people need to understand, I believe, about Yellowfin is that, first of all, if you're a software developer and you're writing ERP software or you're writing, I don't know, business intelligence software, I don't know, sales software, management software, there's a lot of people out there doing that. It's a very common use case for Delphi. This is something that embedding is something that they can do that actually really, I found it very easy to grasp. And I didn't know, I've done things for Yellowfin before, but I didn't know the product very well. And this time around, I had to learn it a bit more because I needed to talk about it with some confidence. And I think the important point is that if you're a Delphi developer watching this, you can embed Yellowfin in your app, as you showed, with virtually no code. But the other important point to get across as well is it's really easy to use. There's a little bit of a learning curve. I'm not going to lie. You can't just like put it in and go, I know how to use it. You've got to explore it. because it's extremely competent package. There's a lot going on in there. But actually embedding it and making it part of your product, you can do that without having to be an expert in business intelligence, which is what the BI stands for.
Yeah.
And as you made a point that although we're joking about the name DORA and GDPR, there are some significant fines associated with not complying. And you can let Yellowfin do the heavy lifting for all of that. And if you use an Interbase, then your data is encrypted at rest. And you and I both have something to do with Interbase. But if you're a Delphi developer out there watching this, trust me, you could put this in your product. You could add a massive, great big feature list to your product list. Your tick box where you go, hey, new version coming January 2026. Embed Yellowfin. All of a sudden, you've got a whole load of bullet points that you can add to your software. Added value. So if you've got people that you're relying on, and I will stop talking about it, people that are reliant on subscription income, you're trying to find that next new feature in order to retain your customers, because that's the subscription model that a lot of people have now. Put Yellowfin in because it's so easy. True? Am I?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we've got, just like Interbase, we've got specific discussions to have with ISVs around what we can do and put in. We have one at ISV who had about 1,500 sites with Yellowfin embedding deployed. And the big thing really for ISVs with this, if you're not got BI in your product, you're going to be asked to link to BI. It is huge. I went to a trade show up in London last year for ITSM, the service help desk software. We had one of our customers is quite big in that area, and the number of stands that are saying, yeah, we can connect up to Power BI or we can connect up to Tableau. Yeah, that's fine. That's great, and that's going to provide something to your customers. But what you're doing is you're going, right, all this experience and knowledge, we're going to work out what they need to do and then help them build it so they've got it there. But we've then got no value in what we're offering. And, I say an ISV, I worked for an ISV for a number of years. And basically, it's a really nice business model. You go talk to all your customers, you find out all the great ideas they've got, you then productize the best ideas, and then you sell their ideas back to them as product. And that is basically what an ISV does. And and being able to capture the best knowledge, and especially around data and reporting and management, it is such a critical part of what you offer as a value. Last thing you want to be doing is helping your customers build that elsewhere and lose that value, because you're spending all that R&D time on something you can't resell.
Embedded in your app.
So
within your ecosystem. That's what I like the idea of. This will work, by the way, this will work in Web Stencils as well. If you say, oh, well, we're moving a lot of the stuff to Web Stencils or even IntraWeb or TMS Web Core, it doesn't matter. There are ways of embedding it in there as well. If you're creating desktop apps, there is a ready-made solution for you.
And the great thing as well, where you can really help your customers is by making your software sticky, by having this part of your software stack. Yellowfin can be installed on-prem, which is quite unique in the BI space. So all this service reliance, especially
container, is that right?
You can run it in a Docker container. You can run it on a machine by itself. You can scale it across multiple nodes. It's really scalable. So that side of things, it's immensely powerful. But the ability to have it on-prem as well opens up the door to military installations or anywhere else that you need to have offline service and support for. There's something else I was going to say on it, and I completely lost the train of my thought there. But
I kept quiet. It wasn't my fault.
No. But it's the ability to have it offline just makes it super easy. And part of the whole kind of setup of it is, if you want to host it, or you want to have it online on-prem, you can set up multi-tenancy, so you can actually have a base tenant that you put all your default reports and your kind of experience and knowledge into, and then you allow your customers to clone those copies within a second tenant where you deploy it. So what you do by doing that is you allow all your stuff that works, you can keep safe, but you can allow them to modify it and change it and work with it. But if anything goes wrong, just delete that report and reclone it and go again, and they've not messed up the core stuff. So it's there's so much in there from an ISV perspective that works really, really well. And I remember the thing I was going to say as well now. Sorry. making it sticky with your customers. Because Yellowfin's got the APIs in there, if you've got other solutions that are running as part of the ecosystem that you're working within, you can actually expose the Yellowfin API out to them and have the data coming directly from your systems and then tracking it across into the other systems as well, which is fantastic. And we see a lot of customers who are actually doing that and actually putting what we call action buttons inside their reports that allow them to then click on something they've spotted in the data and then launch another system and do a single sign-in and go directly from there. So it really does open the doors up to doing some really nice tight integration with other solutions, even directly from the reports that you're pulling up where you're mashing different data sets together. So
I really like Yellowfin. I mean, before I was doing webinars because, it's my job. But the last webinar, I had to actually thoroughly learn the product and research it. The more I used it, the more I'm like, hey, this is actually a really good product. I like it. And but as I spent many years writing statistics packages and reporting packages. Used to work for the Rover Group and did some very complex, multi-billion-pound, reports, and you could drill down stuff just like Yellow. It took us years. It would have been minutes with Yellowfin, so I'm kind of annoyed. But if you are writing human resources software, if you're writing factory management software, if you're writing HR software, if you're writing medical center, where you've got data like an NHS, we've got an email that's gone out for Yellowfin to do with the NHS. There's an application for this. But if you're watching this and you're a developer of independent solutions, add this in. You can make money and it's easy. And I tell you, the feature I really like about this, which you did mention briefly in the video, is the stories. The ability to go, I'll put the data together, and they've got some webinars that mention this. I know we're a little bit late, but you can say, oh, add this data to a story, and it literally generates with intelligence. You can add in optional AI and things like that. Adds in a ready to go, almost blog post, but it's more like a report or a white paper. You can manipulate that to be what you want. There it comes out, and your customers will go, I can tell you, as a guy who spent many years, 40 years as a developer, selling my services to other people and encouraging them, this is what I can do for you. That was my secret, was saying to a person, I will make you rich. I will make you successful. I will make you be able to sell more software. That was my job as a vendor. Well, here's a product that can help you do that to your end users as well, with virtually no effort on your behalf. And I'm not just saying that, it's true. So it is what it is. All right. Is there anything else you need to bring up, Stephen? Because
no, I just say we've got a global partner network here with Yellowfin. I know for a number of small ISVs who are looking to add something like this in, it can look quite daunting. There's a whole different skill set around BI, but we've got partners all the way around the world to help support people with that. And a big part of that is just be able to provide training for customers and help them understand their business and talk to them about what they're doing and build that in.
Make their choice
and those
easy.
and that kind of capability in a box type of thing is something that is a kind of a new package that's being pushed out through the Yellowfin Partner Network. But it's amazing. It really is quite a unique business relationship to be able to take in, that opens up another revenue stream very, very quickly. Which
that was the thing that struck me, and I'm like, I like this. I know what to do if I ever don't make it as the DevRel guy. I know where to go next. Hopefully that won't happen, but you never know. I do say a lot of stuff, and one of them is going to come back and bite me one day. So, but I think like I say, I'm a fan, and I know my job is to talk about idea of products and things like that as well. But I actually don't talk about the ones I'm not very happy with. That doesn't mean to say if I haven't mentioned an idea or product, I hate it. It just means that maybe they didn't ask me, or maybe I didn't get around to it, or maybe I didn't like it. But Yellowfin, I absolutely think it's a great product, and I think that as an ISV, as an independent software developer, it's dead easy to put in your product. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
well, signing up on the sandbox gives you the email straight away with access. You'll be in there within minutes. So I can see there's already a couple of people who signed up during the webinar. So
Oh, there you go. So I'll get brownie points from the boss. Is that right? Excellent. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Stephen. And a
right,
couple of people asking about your basketball game and saying, someone said, how did the basketball game go? We did briefly touch on it, but
the game went really well. It was really close at halftime, only 2 points, but then the fourth quarter, the home team really kind of ran away with it. I think the other teams just kind of ran out of pace a little bit, and their big guy got in foul trouble. So, but yeah, it was good.
Sport, it's a very unprogrammer like thing to do, but I suppose someone's got to be the one that does it. So. All right, well, thanks a lot, and I'll see you again another time. Thank you. Cheers.
All right, take care. Happy coding, everyone.
Okie dokie. We are running a little bit behind. It's just due to the content. I know, I think producer Martha's there. The next section is, it's kind of, what's the best way to talk about it, I suppose? It's pretty much a computer science orientated product, but mathematics. And Maxi Donkey, who's a frequent flyer in our chat, is very excited about this because he works in this arena as well. I did say, oh, good, you can ask Dr. Bond some tricky questions like, oh, no, academics wouldn't do that. We would ask questions about something we didn't understand. I'm like, you guys are no fun. That's not how it works with most speakers. But I'm glad they're all very above board and very academic about it. I still think he should throw Dr. Kevin aside question. So what we're going to do, we're going to play up to a certain point and then stop the video. It's a 2-hour video. We will then take some questions from Dr. Bond live, Kevin, and then we will go on to Taurus TLS after that at 12 midday or 6 p.m. UTC. And then the second part of the video will carry on where we left off at 2 p.m. So Dr. Bond will be back twice, but for now, the first sort of half of the video is playing now. I'll see you in about 45 minutes or so, hopefully with Dr. Bond live. He's not in the studio at the moment, but I'm sure he will be. See you in a moment.
Welcome to linear algebra, matrices, vectors, and homogeneous coordinates for 2D graphics. My name is Kevin Bond. Before I get into the meat of my talk, I'd just like to give you a little bit of background to why I have got an interest in linear algebra, matrices, vectors, and homogeneous coordinates for 2D graphics. Well, I have written several textbooks, one of which was how to program effectively in Delphi for AS A-level computer science. The AS A-level computer science reflects my background, which is education. And the focus of my textbooks has been the age range 16 to 18, and also first year university. The programming book in Delphi probably went a little bit beyond that. I've also been planning a book on scientific programming in Delphi. Not really started in earnest on it yet, but was looking around for some animation software to show in the digital version of the book animations of some scientific concepts and scientific applications. And that's when I started to produce these programs which would run from the web. And initially I used something called Manim, which is Python based and which is used by a website called Blue One Brown, if my memory serves me correctly. But I really didn't enjoy programming in Python, and I wanted to program in Delphi. So I discovered Cortex Pascal. So the reason why I haven't yet got very far with my scientific programming in Delphi book is because I had to teach myself Cortex Pascal, and I found the best way of doing that was to actually write a book on Cortex Pascal. So During this talk, I will be demonstrating linear algebra using some Delphi programs, but I've also mapped some of those Delphi programs into Cortex Pascal, so I will be able to link to the web to run these Delphi programs, because what Cortex Pascal has enabled me to do is to convert the Delphi code, or Object Pascal, to JavaScript. Okay, that's by way of an introduction. The talk is fairly high level. I'm not going to get into a lot of nitty-gritty code reading, etc. I find that rather tedious myself when I'm following YouTube videos and so on, if the code is excessively complicated. And some of the code that demonstrates these concepts has become rather complicated because the code is doing a lot of clever stuff. For example, I will run an FFT program, and I wouldn't want to get into covering the detail expressed in the code, but I'm quite happy to express the detail at a fairly high level. But I think the concepts are important, and one of the points I make is that vectors are or can be generalized, so they can apply to more than just coordinate systems, and they can apply to more than just 3D systems, three-dimensional systems, and that is their power. And I also will illustrate the point that functions can be treated as vectors, and that's a very powerful idea. So let's get going. Okay, so just as a sort of brain teaser, I'm going to have a look at some classical 18th century mathematics and its connection to modern deep learning, or AI, but I'm not going to go into it in any great depth. But then I'm going to go on to a high-level view of how linear algebra underpins so many disparate fields, and I have quite a few examples, some of which have been put together in a bit of a hurry, and so I've relied very heavily on some AI software, LMM software. Initially, I tried ChatGPT, but I was hugely disappointed with the amount of effort I had to invest to get the program working. So I switched to Claude, and I found Claude much, much better. But I would conclude that Claude is fine for looking up and reminding oneself of perhaps signatures of library functions and so on. But there's still a lot of work to be done to get a Claude program of any size working. And what I had to do in one particular case was teach Claude some physics, because it just got it patently badly wrong. But in the end, we got there. Then I'm going to cover some basics about vectors and vector spaces and how functions can be treated as vectors, and then using matrices to perform linear transformations. And I will deal with the issue of translation, which is not linear, but using homogeneous coordinates, it's possible to turn a transformation matrix into a matrix that can linearize the translation. I will touch on determinants and an illustration of solving simultaneous equations, and also determining eigenvalues. I hope that I will be able to get on to the detail of eigenvectors and eigenvalues, but we'll see how things go. Also struggling to get my slideshow to work as well. So I've had a long interest in Fourier analysis, Fourier transforms, fast Fourier transforms, since my university days, and also my days in industry. And I also, a long time ago, when I was responsible for physics investigations for the English advanced level system, which is a course for 16 to 18-year-olds to gain qualifications to enter university. I suggested to a student that they should code a fast Fourier transform on a BBC-B. I actually supplied them with the BBC basic code to do an analysis of sound from various musical instruments, and they were hugely successful in that. And then a few years later, the A-level physics course introduced the Fourier transform and fast Fourier transforms. So the current usage is all the way down to courses for 16-year-olds, certainly in the UK. But what is the connection between Fourier analysis, which originated with some work that Joseph Fourier did on heat transfer? Took a few years before it was generally accepted, but it was around about the early 1800s. And what is the connection with AI in 2025? And also Leonard Euler, a Swiss polymath, also provided the basis for an approach which is based under the hood on Fourier, but actually makes life a little bit easier for the latest versions of LLMs, where Fourier transform rotations play a crucial role by encoding positions of words and their relative importance to each other. So the semantic meaning, like for instance, the cat sat on the mat. Cat and sat. Sat follows cat because cat is the subject and sat is the verb. But that is exploited over and over again in LLMs. Typically they have a vocabulary of about 50,000 words, but the significance of one word to another is encoded via vectors, which are actually rotated in order to indicate the relative importance. So it's called rotary position embeddings. So Fourier transform teaches us any signal can be represented as a sum of sine waves at different frequencies. And this basically this idea that you can represent an arbitrary function by a sum of other functions with adjusted coefficients and so on to achieve the objective, and that's exploited in the Fourier series and in the Fourier transform. So LMMs apply this. Position can be represented as a sum of rotations at different frequencies, and the mass behind this is Euler's identity, e to the I theta, and complex numbers. So if you take a complex number, z equals x plus iy, on the Argon diagram, it sits at some particular angle above the real axis. Let's say it's this vector here, if you like, in the Argon diagram. And you can rotate that by multiplying by e to the I theta. So e to the I theta is cos theta plus I sine theta. If you multiply out these brackets, you end up with a new real value, which is x cos theta minus y sine theta, and a new imaginary component, which is x sine theta plus y times cos theta. Now, matrices are, if you like, tables of values, and if we were to actually replace this cos epsilon here by cos theta, and sine epsilon here by sine theta, and sine epsilon here by sine theta, and cos epsilon here by cos theta. And if we represent the a point in space with an x coordinate, x old, and a y coordinate, y old, and then we carry out matrix multiplication. This is just a one-dimensional, sorry, this is a vector, which is a kind of matrix. This is a two-dimensional matrix. We get the new value x new and y new, which, if I multiply this out in matrix multiplication, I start with the first row here and multiply x old by cos, it will be theta, y old by minus sine theta, and that will be the new x value. So that's x cos theta minus y sine theta. And then the next row here in the matrix, I multiply x old by sine theta, y old by sine theta, and I get x sine theta plus y sine theta. So cos times x old minus sine plus minus sine times y old is this, and sine theta times x old plus cos theta times y old is this. So this is a rotation matrix, because to rotate by an angle theta, I just multiply by e to the I theta, and so this vector here will be rotated round this circle, which happens to be the unit circle, so I'm just using a vector of magnitude unity, and so I can rotate the vector by theta or any angle that I so choose. So this is some old mathematics, but it enables us to rotate a point, let's say from here to here, or from here to here, and that's exploited in LMMs because the position of a word vectorially will be somewhere, around this circle, if you can imagine, and if another word is immediately next to it in a sentence, then we can have two vectors which are just separated, let's say, by 30 degrees, and that signifies that they are next to each other. If the separation, let's say, if the separation, let's say, is 60 degrees, then that means that the word is two positions away. So in that way, the information about the order of words and their significance to each other can be encoded by rotations of a vector. So positional codes are added to the embeddings. Now, what are embeddings? Well, each word is associated with a row of a matrix, which might have 700 plus columns, or even more. It could have any up to 12,000 plus columns. So each element of a row belonging to a specific word is encoding something about that word, whether, let's say, it represents an animal, a furry animal, a noun, how frequent it is in the English text, etc. And then its position relative to other significant words is represented by the rotation of the matrix. It's a little bit, I'm simplifying an awful lot, and it might not make making great sense. But the point I'm making is that transformations by matrices which rotate, although an old idea, and it's has currency in graphics, also has currency elsewhere, including in LLMs. So embedding vectors for each token start out with random values and through training are updated in order to classify the tone in different ways, gender, parts of speech. And GPT is built on transformer architecture, introduced in a paper, a Google paper, I think it was, called, or with the title, Attention is All You Need, 2017. But the modern GPT versions use advanced, highly engineered evolutions of that design. So Claude is based on it, and a lot of other LLMs are also based on the transformer architecture because it's a particularly efficient architecture, and it can be trained a lot quicker than some of the older architectures. So transformers process all tokens in parallel. Tokens are basically correspond in a very simplified way to words of a vocabulary of about 50,000 words. Which are used in the current LLMs. So, for example, the cat sat tokens would be the cat sat. Without position information, permutations would be equally valid representations. All permutations would look identical, therefore, to the transformer, but with rotary position embedding, positional information can be injected into the embedding so the model knows word order. And remember that when you query an LLM, you're looking for the LLM to construct prose, and the LLM has got to start with the first word and then work out what is the most likely second word. And this has already been encoded in rotations and the lengths of the vector, or 12,000 or whatever, which is what is called the dense vector, and each word has a corresponding dense vector. So again. The importance of being able to identify word order cannot be overemphasized. So in the original model, sinusoids were used based on Fourier series, and in fact, the technical term is a Fourier basis. But later versions of LLMs have actually simplified this by going directly to the rotational angle and encoding that. So each position gets encoded as a point in Fourier space using different frequencies. The vectors are normalized so that their lengths lie somewhere between -1 and +1. So in this very simplified model, each token has a vector of dimension 512. In other words, 512 elements. So without position encoding, the cat sat, all vectors point the same direction. Network can't tell cat is the second word, but by using rotated vectors for each of the elements of this this one-dimensional, vector of 512, or could be as many as 12,000 elements, the network knows that the position 0, cat is position 1, sat is position 2. Now, the dot product, when you multiply two vectors together using the dot product, you end up with a single number or value, real number. So the dot product of rotated vectors depends on the angle difference. So the angle difference gives you the relative distance between words. And this is the dot product. It's the magnitude of vector A times the magnitude of vector B cos the angle between them. And that's the magic of rotation. When you rotate vectors by different amounts based on position, the word cat at position M rotated by M times some standard angle might be 30 degrees, so it goes 30, 60, 90, and so on, or it might be 1 degree, or it might be, so the unit of theta might be 0.1 or 1 or whatever. So word sat at position N rotated by n times theta. When computing attention, how significant is the word at this position to the word that is the current focus? The angle between them is n minus n theta. That's the relative distance. And the geometric view, position 0 would that be 0 degrees, position 1, 30 degrees, 2, 60, 90, and so on. So the angular distance encodes they're one position apart or they're two positions apart, and so on. Basically, if we do a dot product of a query, let's say we just have a single word, and we dot product it with the whole 50,000 plus vocabulary of an LLM, you will be able to work out the relative importance by how close it is to a particular keyword. So the cat sat on the mat. Network learns one pattern for words that are one position apart, regardless of absolute position. So it could be subject position X, verb position X plus 1. And language patterns depend on relationship between words. Okay, that's a sort of connection between rotation, which the maths goes back a very long time, and something very modern, AI LLMs. But let's go back to basics. So linear algebra is a branch of mathematics that deals with vectors, vector spaces, or linear spaces. Linear transformations, that will be matrices, systems of linear equations. So we can do things like this. So if we have a Rubik cube, and this is a Delphi example that's been JavaScript using Cortex Pascal, so I can run it from a web address. So these are rotations in 3D which rely on linear algebra, and if I want to translate it, which this one doesn't do, I've restricted it from, oh no, yes, it does do. I actually have to add false coordinates called homogeneous coordinates, because translation is not linear without adding homogeneous coordinates. So, okay, let's have a look at something which is an application of vectors. This is a Delphi program. Okay, I'm dealing with rotations, so I'm going to start out with this vector here, and I'm going to rotate it around anti-clockwise around the clock face, as it were. So the purple vector is the result of the transformation. The transformation is rotation, and it appears it's being scaled as well. But notice there are two positions where the original vector and the transformation actually coincide, these two positions here. These two vectors are very special. Most vectors, as we've seen with this demonstration, get rotated and stretched in some complicated way. But these two vectors are called eigenvectors because they only get stretched or compressed. They keep pointing in the same direction or directly opposite. The eigenvalue is the factor by which that eigenvector gets stretched. So it gets stretched to become this vector, or it gets stretched to become this vector. If the eigenvalue is 2, the eigenvector doubles in length. But let's say it's 0.5, it then shrinks by half. And if it's negative, it flips direction but still stays on the same line. it is said that eigenvectors reveal the natural directions of a transformation, and they're used in, for example, principal component analysis, that's finding the most important patterns in data, quantum mechanics, energy states of particles, which reminds me of how much I covered in my physics undergraduate course that related to eigenvectors and eigenvalues. Google's PageRank, ranking web pages, and very importantly, stability analysis, understanding if systems will oscillate or settle down. They can identify the key features that enable image compression and several other instances or applications. So let's put this to the test by considering a spring mass damper system. So we have a mass on the end of a spring, which is attached at this point, and we have a means of damping any oscillations if required, and we specify the amount of damping with a parameter C. So we could have zero damping. Sorry, beg your pardon. We could have zero damping, C equals 0. We could have an extreme case where it's overdamped, that's C equals 8. We could have an underdamped situation, C equals 1. And we could have a critically damped system where it returns without oscillation to its equilibrium position in the shortest possible time. Or if we make the damping factor negative, then we have an unstable situation. So let's have a look at what happens if we, first of all, have no damping. We get an oscillation which is cosinusoidal. It's described by the cosine function. This plot here shows velocity versus position. And I'm not sure whether that has got a bug in it, but anyway, this is all done, sorry, put together very, very quickly, so it's not necessarily the case that all bugs have been eliminated, but the release software, which I will make available, will certainly be debugged. Okay, let's have an underdamped situation, so if we reset. And this shows a few cycles of oscillation before a mass returns to the equilibrium position. Let's reset and let's have an overdamped situation, lots of damping. And it's eliminated the oscillation altogether. And let's have a value of C for 4. And now the damping is known as critical, and the mass returns to the equilibrium position in the shortest possible time. Now, what is shown here are the two eigenvalues, which correspond, if you like, to the previous example showing the rotating vectors, where you have two positions in which the original vector pointing direction corresponds with the transformed vector pointing direction. So in both these cases, the eigenvalue is negative. If we have a look at the overdamped situation, again, the eigenvalues are negative. If we look at the underdamped, the eigenvalues are negative, but now we have an imaginary term, and whenever you have an imaginary term, you will have an oscillation, and this is related to the frequency of oscillation. If we have an undamped scenario, the eigenvalue is 0, and here we have an oscillation because we have an imaginary part. So this is just on the point of going unstable. So now if we go unstable, the eigenvalue becomes positive, and there is an attempt at some oscillation, but it goes wildly wrong. So this is quite important because eigenanalysis will determine whether the scenario is stable or unstable. So if the eigenvalue is 0 or less, then we have a stable situation. But if the eigenvalue has a real value which is positive, then it is unstable. If we have an imaginary part, then we will have an oscillation. We have a look at two-mass spring oscillators. Eigenanalysis can be applied to a situation which involves more than one spring, more than one mass, and in fact, the number of springs and number of masses can be very large, and eigenanalysis is able to identify the modes of oscillation and whether they are stable or not. Okay, so the eigen analysis demo that we showed before is one way of looking at this particular problem. But if I show you what that particular analysis applied to, it applies to two masses interconnected by springs. So I'm actually going to select the first mode of oscillation, and it's this particular one here. So it's frequency of 0.159 hertz. The actual screen frequency doesn't reflect this, just simply because it would be 0 and 1 and 2. I haven't bothered to adjust it. I don't think it would move very much very quickly if I had chosen that frequency to be actually simulated here. And so just thinking about this. Sorry, this may not have been updated. I'll have to check on this. If we show the alternative and we get a faster oscillation, as I said, these were put together very, very quickly, and I haven't done a full checking of every one of them, but they illustrate the power of eigen analysis in the way that I wanted to. The cup oscillations. Now, I was going to create a video to actually show what happens when you tap a cup with a handle, and I haven't found the time to actually do this, but I will demonstrate this with audio only. I'm actually going to tap a cup at a point 90 degrees around the rim from the handle, and that's the particular note that one gets. And then I'm going to go 45 degrees around the rim from the handle, and you get a different frequency. And it's simply because the cup rim has lost its symmetry by virtue of the handle, and so that has actually affected the way in which the cup flexes in and out So it has two modes of oscillation, one with a frequency that's lower than the second mode. So I put together a little demo here, again to illustrate the analysis that can be performed, the eigen analysis to reveal the frequency of the oscillation and the amount of damping. So if I tap at 45 degrees, in fact, I've chosen to measure from the position opposite to the handle, but the same analysis applies. So tapping at 45, I get the frequency you just heard. If I tap at this point, I get a lower frequency. So there are two modes of oscillation because the cup has lost its symmetry by having a handle. And again, this analysis has been enabled by identifying the eigenvector and the eigenvalues. Spectral analysis of images. Okay, so if I load an image, a simple one, now images have spectral properties because if you look at the patterns of pixels horizontally, vertically, diagonally, you can identify the equivalent of these sort of modes of oscillation. Well, the equivalent eigenvector or the and the eigenvalue, and we can plot the eigenvalue spectrum for this image. After we have compressed it, and the compression consists of just eliminating the higher values of eigenvalues and just retaining the significant ones. And the significant ones are the first 3 or 4. So eigenvector analysis or eigenanalysis of images is able to identify the spectral components, and they're the, if you like, the rhythms of the changing patterns of the pixels, and identify the most significant ones, and then to compress the image, eliminate the less significant ones. So if I were to reset and load a different image, this is a very, very simplified programmatic analysis. I'm actually going to try and identify more spectral patterns within the image. And this is quite important because with this complicated image, there will be more spectral components, more variation, more, if you like, patterns in the data. So if I compress this, we've actually removed parts of the eigenspectrum that have contributed. So the compression, the compressed image is poor and fuzzy as a result. If I reset and add, there's some improvement. So the idea is that we've applied a transform matrix to the original image, which is the equivalent of that exercise that I showed you with the rotating vectors. And we've identified the particular directions for which only scaling applies. And those are significant ones. Those are the eigenvector directions. And using those, we've been able to compress the image. So it's a technique called principal component analysis. So it's identifying the principal data patterns within the data and removing those which show the least variation. So by doing so, if they don't show much variation, they don't have much information contained within them. So let's have a look at principal component analysis. And this is an eigenvector, and this is an orthogonal eigenvector, and it reveals the patterns in the data. And over here, you can actually see the eigenvalues and the eigenvectors. And this uses a sort of, it's called a covariance matrix. And this is not linear regression. This is trying to identify those directions which reveal the most variance in the data. And this is just applied to a 2D scenario. But if you have lots more basis vectors, in other words, lots more orthogonality, I hesitate to say directions because the most directions we can think of in space is 3D. But it's possible to have many more orthogonal directions defined by the mass of what is meant by a basis. And therefore, you can identify more patterns in the data, which give you a better understanding of the variances in the data. Okay, so let's have a look at economy. So where you can connect a differential like dy by dx with some space variable like x, or d2y by dx squared, second order differential, identify it with a space variable like x. It is possible to perform this eigenanalysis. So we could actually look at an economy example where we have GDP. We're connecting GDP and interest rate dynamics. So if we have a look at a stable system, we actually know it's stable because the eigenvalue is negative, and it's got an imaginary part, so it's oscillatory. But because we have a negative, not non-zero eigenvalue, this indicates that it's going to be damped. If we have a look at an unstable system, it's got a positive eigenvalue, so it's going to be unstable, and it's got an imaginary part, so it's oscillatory. So again, this is eigenanalysis. So it's looking at vectors and identifying the direction in which, when the transformation, rotation scaling only ends up in a scaling. So, okay, I'm going to skip these two, and I'm just going to show. I'll show a video, a Kalman filter application.
Okay, so let me just. So we're actually going to go to the Q&A, and in fact, I was wondering if Kevin was going to join, but he has joined. I know for those of you that wait for JP Mugas, he is around, but we're going to start his session a little bit late. It's actually quite a short video, so it's quite useful as well. But Dr. Bond, you are with us. I can't see your camera. Are you leaving your camera off? I'm not sure. Hi there, Dr. Kevin Bond. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just trying to get this camera working.
Oh, that's fun. Well, otherwise you look like you're in space and it's
Yeah.
very dark. So,
Somebody's
yeah.
turned the lights out.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, I thought, I really thought we wouldn't get many comments on your video. I have to say, I thought people watch it and they'll let it wash over them, and
Yeah.
because some people like flashy graphics, and oh look, it's spinning a globe in space and turning into a spaceship. But you know what? I think we had more comments on your video than we've had on any other one. So,
Well, it was a huge challenge. I started it, abandoned it, restarted it, lost 3/4 of it because I cocked up the recording, and then
yeah, it
put
happens.
it back together again very quickly. I don't know what the appeal is. It's just that I'm starting to think about this because I'm prepping for scientific programming in Delphi, as I outlined at the beginning of
This is
the
your new
talk.
book, right? You got
Yeah,
book,
well,
not the new book you've got at the moment, which is about Cortex Pascal, but the next new
yeah,
book.
that's right. So as I said, I trying to identify gaps in the market to approach from a different angle how to get computing back into schools. And there are all sorts of obstacles, which I think I've mentioned to you and I've mentioned to other people.
It's a problem. Yeah.
The supply is the issue, because universities now get huge amount of funding from two big companies and dictate what programming language is delivered in universities, and that feeds the teacher network. So all those very good teachers who were trained or got into Pascal and Object Pascal, etc., have long retired. So there's got, how do you get traction again with Delphi? So obviously the hobbyist market, people switching from some other language for whatever reason because their company is a Delphi focused company, might want an introductory text. But there's still a lot of scientific programming that goes on. Fortran has had a very long history because there's a huge library of routines that are still valid, etc. I was reading John Bacchus's 1977 ACM Turing Award lecture, the guy who led the team that developed Fortran, and the focus of his presentation was the foundation for modern functional programming language, in particular Haskell, because he identified the issue with von Neumann architecture-based programs and how they become bloated and so on. But there was this beautiful 3-4 word phrase in the middle of his article, how people had abandoned the elegance of Pascal to move on to other languages and so on. And I think that is a virtue of Delphi, Object Pascal. It is the elegance of Pascal. So attacking it from a different angle, scientific programming, could get some traction with courses in science, etc. And obviously you've got to have some graphics and etc. When you're working with graphics, you're working in the 2D world or the 3D world, so you're working with linear algebra, homogeneous coordinates, or 3D quaternions, and so it gets a bit complicated. But heck, if it's going to be more than a sweet shop approach to generating some fancy 3D graphics, there's got to be some basic understanding. So where's the book out there that tries to teach this from an elementary level, identifying what are the difficulties in understanding graphics, 3D graphics, etc. And there's a lot of powerful things that you can do. For instance, fast Fourier transforms, which I mentioned, are now run of the mill on mobile phones and radar guns and
anything, basically. I mean, pretty much every part of modern life, I think.
Yeah. And so come on, let's focus on some of these exciting things which have currency, and robotics as well. If you're going to do any serious work with robotics, you should understand Kalman filtering. And Kalman filtering go back a long time to 1960s. I mean, I was working on them in industry back in the late 70s and so on. They have so many different applications. But most of the books that are so high level and so intimidating. So the challenge is to try and produce a book that breaks it down into bite-sized chunks that are user-friendly. There were some very, very interesting and potentially valuable comments that were coming through to show the depth of understanding that's already out there.
Many of them, I literally don't have time to put them all on the screen.
So at what level do I pitch a book? Do I go as far as tensor calculus and so on? But
I saw your comment on that, which is, oh God.
but there's some brilliant YouTube videos out there that try and explain how you work in a curved space with coordinate systems, and how they have to change. I mean, the intimidation is Einstein's notation, which is enough to give you the EBGBs and send you up the wall. But it's that kind of challenge that I like to try. I mean, my background is teaching, as I've always liked teaching, and I did some lecturing at some lab work at university, supervising labs and so on. But I was also interested in the technical side of things. But I have a lot of years of teaching, so I have some experience of how to break things down and make them understandable. Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I fail, and so on. But I know there's an awful lot of expertise out there in the Delphi community, because I know some people who work on the scientific side, University College London and UK Develop.
Nicholas Worth's lab assistant that was with him when he was inventing Modular 2 and all the other languages.
Yep.
I'm guessing he's pretty old by now. No disrespect to him, but I'm sure he's not a young man.
Yeah, I'm not either.
No, me neither. Yeah, but he actually uses Delphi to teach software development or coding, and I think scientific coding at Brandeis University. I've forgotten his name, unfortunately, and I keep.
No, I have a huge
huge
respect for Brandeis University. I do remember when we were trying to change the national curriculum in the UK from ICT to computing with IT strands and computer science strands. I used to go to these meetings, and occasionally we had a visitor from the States. And on one occasion, we had a visitor from Brandeis University, and he wasn't of the Pascal imperative programming group. He was from the other side.
He was a bad programmer, is what you're saying.
Sorry? he was from the functional programming group, and he decided that. So, how many bugs, do you think your students or you've got in some of the software that your students have developed and so on? Oh, I said probably 2 or 3, but and he said, well, if you programmed in functional programming, you wouldn't have any bugs at all.
Occam, I remember Occam being a language where it would solve everybody's problems. It was basically a math, thing. It didn't work. It's a great language, but no.
But I do have some sympathy for the modern functional language approach and the way in which you can combine imperatives programming, the von Neumann architecture with functional programs to get the best of both worlds, and obviously with scientific programming, there is a case for incorporating some aspects of functional programming. But there are some good libraries that have been around for a long time for Delphi. There are some open source libraries you can add, and then you have the proprietorial libraries, the commercial libraries, due research, etc. So there's a good pot of very useful things to select from, depending on what your interest and what your application is.
There was a guy just the other day.
I saw that.
I won't say his name because he didn't give me permission to mention who he was, but he's at CMU, Carnegie Mellon. There are people out there at universities using Delphi.
Yep.
And I wish I could grab hold of them and say, please talk about what you do. I don't need the details, but just talk about it to make people realize, actually, Pascal, and I am a champion of Pascal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm obviously paid by Embarcadero, otherwise I wouldn't
Yeah,
be
yeah.
wearing a t-shirt.
Yeah.
But Pascal, Object Pascal, and even Cortex Pascal,
Yeah.
is Pascal. And if I would rather people use anything
Yeah.
than not Pascal,
Yeah.
because I think, as I've said to lots of other people, doing it any other way is doing it the hard way.
Yeah, look, absolutely. In the education world, there's something called Greenfoot, which is Java based.
Yes, you know that.
And that's been hugely successful for the hobbyist end of thing. Not quite so successful in the curriculum, but it ticks a lot of boxes. One of which is to get a working program up to show your peers, and that means some web-based way of getting your program shown. Cortex Pascal is kind of halfway house. I was trying to kill two birds with one stone. I wanted to create some animations for the PDF version of the scientific programming book, and I can use TMS, and I have used it in the how to program in Delphi book.
The web core product, yeah,
the web core stuff. But I started using Manim, and I was using Python, and there's a library that's been created by Brown's University, I think. But it's Python, and absolutely.
Well, it's Python.
Yeah. Well, I can remember we employed somebody when I worked in industry to write a piece of pre-processing software to remove the restriction of Fortran. Then it wasn't free format, so you had to place your variables in a certain column and so on to be able to write in free format and then turn it into something that would be accepted by the phone. And then I look at Python, and we've gone back to this fixed format again for structuring. And I think that's how, when you've got the power of Pascal, Object Pascal, or any of the other modern languages, which doesn't force you to do this, I don't get it. But anyway, so that's why I got into Cortex Pascal. But I also want to try and get some way of Object Pascal being used to create programs for young people, hobbyists, etc., and then to showcase them on a web infrastructure which is similar to Greenfoot. So I've in the past I've had conversations with Michael Colin, who is the creator of East Prophet King's College, so I understand the architecture of what he's got there to support the wider use of Java, and I think we could do something very similar for Delphi and Object Pascal. And
in fact, there's a project that I can't really discuss in the open, but I know of someone who's got a project where they are actually making Delphi available in a way where it's to do with testing, but online. A bit like W3 schools and those kind of things. I'm all for it. I mean, you have my support. Anybody that's going to teach people how to code, I'm always behind you, always. And I prefer everybody to be using Delphi, but I will support people in open source projects, in educational projects. I want people to learn Pascal. I think it's important. And well, we have to go. Unfortunately, we have to go, but you're back later. Someone did say, by the way, how will we know when this next book becomes available? We'll make sure to publicize it. Kevin will
it'll go up on the website in the same way I did for Cortex Pascal and so on.
Yeah, and you just you may email me as well, Kevin, and I'll make sure that we point people in the right direction as well.
Yeah, it's good to talk with you.
Yeah, all right. So we'll speak to you later.
Okay.
If you're around. If not, then that's fine. Okay, thanks a lot then.
Yeah, cheers.
So that's Dr. Kevin Bond. He's a great guy. I really think it's important for people to learn software development, and I think that when you remember the history of Pascal, and there's a book about it if you want to get that from, he's a good friend of mine as well, Marco G. I never try and say his name because every time I mangle it, but if you want to learn about the history of Pascal and Delphi, it's a good book. And by the way, I get no royalties or benefits from talking about it. Marco will get some money, obviously, but this will tell you why Pascal is the best language for learning software development. it's easy, and it talks about things like when Modular 2 came out, that they removed a bunch of functions because they wanted to make it even easier. And they said, well, we can still teach algorithms and all the rest of it. And Dr. Bond, is along those lines as well. It's one guy who is actively teaching people Object Pascal to learn how to code. And you saw half of the videos, got another half later on, which pretty much it goes into some quite hairy detail about physics and maths and stuff like that. And you saw from the comments, if you've been following along, there's a lot of people very interested in this. So like I say, he's always got my support. Anyway, we are horrendously late, but luckily it's a fairly short video. But he's very nicely sitting in the background. I'll have him on at the end of the video, and that's JP Mugas, who can then correct my pronunciation of his name. But he's a great guy, and he has a project called Taurus TLS. It's extremely popular. It works with Indy. The video will tell you all about it. I think it's fair to say it's an unusual character. I always say this, but then so am I. So people say I'm weird. Well, hey, whatever. But here's JP talking about Taurus TLS. I'll be back soon.
Hi, I'm J. Peter Mugas. I'm the chief architect of Taurus TLS and an Embarcadero MVP. So what is Taurus TLS? Taurus TLS is a free open source Indy add-on that provides updated OpenSSL support. Taurus TLS is available under either a BSD or MPL 1.1 license permitting commercial usage. Taurus TLS is available for Android, iOS, Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. So why Taurus TLS? Indy's OpenSSL can only handle versions up to 1.02. And that's a pretty old version. It cannot communicate using the TLS 1.3 protocol. OpenSSL 1.02 reached its end of life on January 1, 2020. It no longer receives public updates. And unfortunately, there are some published CVE reports about the old version at the URL included on the slide. The slide also lists some examples that you might want to have a look at. Taurus TLS provides updated OpenSSL functionality through the following 5 points. First, Taurus TLS FIPS provides hash algorithms and HMAC to Indy. Second, there's 2 components, Taurus TLS Server I/O Handler and Taurus TLS I/O Handler Socket. 3, there's security levels for restricting what connections are acceptable with the SSL options security level property. 4th, there's SNI support for virtual hosting with the Taurus TLS server I/O handler component. 5th, the Taurus TLS NTLM unit provides depreciated NT LAN manager NTLM protocol support. And now we get to our first point. The Taurus TLS FIPS unit provides Indy with hash algorithms and HMAC. This includes secure hash algorithms SHA-224, SHA-256, SHA-384, and SHA-486. 512. It also includes depreciated hash algorithms such as Message Digest, MD2, MD4, MD5, and secure hash algorithm SHA-1. Plus, the unit also provides HMAC, or hash-based message authentication code, combining a secret with a hash algorithm. 2. There's 2 components on the IDE component palette Taurus TLS tab. The Taurus TLS server I/O handler provides TLS support for TID custom TCP server descendants. Examples include TID FTP server, TID HTTP server, and TID SMTP server. The second component is Taurus TLS I/O handler socket. This provides TLS support for TID TCP client custom descendants. Examples include TID FTP, TID HTTP, and TID SMTP components. The third point is security levels for restricting connections that are acceptable with the SSL options security level property. These security levels range from 0 to 5, with 5 being the most restrictive. Level 0 permits anything. All algorithms are permitted, ensuring consistency with other older OpenSSL versions, to the most restrictive, which is level 5. Which requires at least TLS protocol version 1.2, 256 security bits, and requires that RSA, DSA, DH keys of at least 15,360 bits and ECC keys of at least 512 bits. Anyway, specify what you feel comfortable doing with. The fourth point is SNI support for virtual hosting with the Taurus TLS server I/O handler component. Virtual hosting is where a server has more than one host name, with each host name having its own certificate that a client requests in the TLS hello message with a SNI, server name indicator. The Taurus TLS server I/O handler certificates property contains the certificate files for each host name, and virtual hosting is demonstrated with the FTP server demo. Point 5. Taurus TLS NTLM unit provides depreciated NT LAN manager NTLM protocol support. Just add the following units to your uses clause: ID authentication NTLM, Taurus TLS NTLM, then use the TID HTTP component to access the website using the NTLM protocol for authentication. And now we get to two demo programs I created especially for this presentation. The source code really isn't too much, and the programs are listed on the are listed at the URL on the slide. The first demo is the hash demo, where a hash checksum is obtained for individual files you select. The Taurus TLS I added the Taurus TLS FIPS unit to the uses clause to register hash algorithms with Indy. I then added the Taurus TLS loader unit to the uses clause and called the get OpenSSL loader load function to load OpenSSL. Then we get to the HTTP demo. I created a Taurus TLS IO handler socket component from the Taurus TLS tab in the IDE's component palette. I then set the TID HTTP IO handler to the component I created in the first step. As I say, these programs are available at the URL on the slide. Now let's talk about deployment. For deployment of Taurus TLS on Android, apps on Android, iOS, and macOS, OpenSSL is statically linked into the executable using precompiled A files. These are listed in the URLs on the slide. For deployment of Taurus TLS apps on Linux, the OpenSSL shared libraries are dynamically loaded. OpenSSL is included with most Linux distributions. The administrator should install the latest updates from the distribution vendor using the distribution's packaging system. Now we get to deployment of Taurus TLS applications on Windows. The OpenSSL DLLs are dynamically loaded and must be installed. The DLLs are available at the locations on the slide. The files to install are on Windows, libcrypto 3 DLL and libssl 3 DLL. For Win64, the files are libcrypto 3x64 DLL and libssl 3x64 DLL. We recommend that you install the OpenSSL exe program along with the DLL, since that program is a flexible tool for performing numerous OpenSSL related tasks. The best way to deploy the DLLs is to copy them to the same directory as your executable program. The files in the providers and engines directories usually aren't required. They are included in case people may need them. OpenSSL version series 1.1.1 and 3.1 have reached their end of life and their use is discouraged. For more information, please visit the Taurus TLS GitHub repository at the location on the slide. Please read the help file reference in the help CHM folder included in the directory. And please read the README MD file included in the distribution. Thank you for your time.
Oh, there you go. I had trouble clicking the right bits and bobs. Okay, I'm pleased to say JP is in the green room. JP, good to go on camera?
I'm here.
Hi there. So I should point out a couple of things that people may not know. Oh, he's disappearing. I've frightened him away.
Yeah, I got to get everything perfect for the video.
Yeah, that's fine. So for those that may not know, because they may see you kind of looking at the screen and things like that, I'm sure you won't mind me mentioning that one of the things about you that people may not know, you do actually have a visual condition. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
Yeah. Do you want to just explain the kind of impact that would have on someone who's a software developer?
Well, I have to read things kind of like this, and I actually joke that I eat computer screens and they taste like chicken.
There you go. I mean, I did say before to people, you're a little bit unusual, and I mean that in the nicest possible sense. I like the unusual people in the world. That's why I like Spot, for example. He's a crazy guy. But can I just say, I mean, we've not really spoken, I think, face to face before. We've talked a lot. We chat a lot on Slack and things like that as well. But you know, the work you did with Taurus TLS, it is used by a lot of people, and I get a lot of people saying, "Oh, I added Taurus TLS and it fixed my problem." You know, I think that's something that you should really be proud of. Good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, and really, to sum up what Taurus TLS does, I think is the best way is to say it basically allows you to, and I know, you know, the indie project has worked with you on a few things as well, and Reme is one of the maintainers, has done a few things as well, but it does allow projects to use the later versions of OpenSSL, which they didn't before, and Taurus was definitely you know, it was a lifesaver for a lot of people because they were struggling with getting SSL to work and things like that. Einstein 8867, who is one of our frequent flyers, he says, "A cowboy developer, superb." You know, actually, I can do something. I think I should do this. Hang on just 1 second. Hold on. So, I can't possibly let you sit there with a cowboy hat without me putting my own cowboy hat on as well. So, so now we're both in the cowboy era, I suppose. And you know, as a proper Texan, I've actually got Stetson on the wall over there as well. So not it's that visible. But what was it that made you decide to adopt? You know, to work on Taurus TLS, what was the thing that said to you, "Hey, I really need to put some effort into this"? Was it that you needed it, or you just thought, "Hey, I'm looking for something to do," or what?
Something more like, hey, I needed something to do, and there was this big demand for something that would have updated OpenSSL support, so I decided to do that. And that's pretty much the story.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, like I say, for a lot of people, it's been a real lifesaver. I think, you know, you really did, you know, fill a gap. Indie, the trouble with a lot of these projects as well is that, for example, Indie being a classic example, when people are working on open source projects, there are a lot of developers out there that use it, and they don't really contribute towards open source financially or any other way, and so it tends to be a labor of love. The developers that are working super hard on it, people like yourself, get absolutely zero for it, nothing, you know, for it at all. And meanwhile, they've got to pay the bills. I mean, people working on the indie project, they've got a regular job, you know, that's to pay the bills and make sure that they don't starve and all the rest of it. So a lot of these open source projects are real labors of love. I think that the work you put into Taurus, you drive me crazy because you message me all the time. Hey, I've got a new update. How I've fixed this? How I've done that? And I really respect you for that. Someone Maxi Donkey says I look more like Indiana Jones than a Texan. Shame on him. Yeah, maybe I should curve it up like this a bit. Is that what I should do? Yeah, make it go like that so it's more American. This is a real American hat, dude. What's up with you? But I think that I think that people need to wherever they see donate buttons on projects, they should really consider if they use the project, they should probably try considering sponsoring it. I've put the QR code in the top right hand corner of the screen there, and that goes to the CodeRage demo. So it's got your code examples in there. The examples you've got, what are the examples you've got on your site?
Well, the one pointed to, it just has the hash demo and HTTP demo. As I say, there's not much to those programs. The hash demo just gets the hash checksums for various files, and the HTTP demo just basically retrieves web pages from websites using the HTTPS protocol.
Right. But on your actual Taurus website itself, you've actually got like FTP and all the rest of it on there, isn't there a secure FTP? Yeah, so there's a lot to see there. I think you do a good job, and I think also the reason I wanted to open and mention the fact that you're fighting against a condition that many developers will be terrified of. I know of one C++ coder who is completely blind and codes. And I actually, not a lot of people know this, but I actually have a visual issue myself. It's nothing as bad as yours, but or limiting as yours, should I say. But I have these really bad floaters. I have really bad eyesight. In fact, you won't be able to see this, but I'm sure the people at home will be able to see it. I actually have eye drops I have to put in every day because without those eye drops, my right eye in particular has a real issue because it doesn't generate enough tears. And people don't realize that as a coder, I have these floaters, these black wispy snake type things, which is why dark mode for me was such a big thing. Because if it's too bright, and I'm sure we've talked about this in the past, but if it's too bright, it means I can't see because the floaters are just the same size as the text. Even if I zoom the text up, it interferes with the text, and people don't realize how much that breaks your flow as a coder. I don't know how.
Well, I mean, I've got ocular albinism, and that causes photophobia.
Oh gosh, yeah. So you've got the opposite problem then. You want it to be dark all the time, is that right? Because
yes, and the one reason that the hat is my trademark is not because I like hats. It's basically because it's more comfortable on my eyes.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah. Well, I mean, I sympathize with you. There are lots of people out there. I know coders have got literally one limb, and some of them got no limbs and stuff like that. And I think that the fact that you're combating that as a good developer, I've seen your code, I know what you do, and you are a class act when it comes to developing. And to do that, and also to battle with the photophobia and all the rest of it.
You just do it.
Well, yeah, I get that, but that's what someone like you would say is that, oh, you just do it, you just get on with it. No, come on. You're doing something quite incredible, but that's only a part of who you are. I think that you're a good guy. You drive us crazy on Get It and all the rest of it with, oh, I've got another update. Now, oh my God, he's got another one. But it's a sign of how actively you work on the project. And like I say, when it first came out, Marco Cantu and myself were involved in that, and we're like, wow, this is really good. Remy, who works on Indy, was also very pleased about it as well, and lots of people adopted that project, and it's been a great success, and you've really helped out a few people. Okay, all right. Well, look, JP, I'm going to let you go because we're going to do the next giveaway, but I wanted people to know who you are, who the man is behind this project. For those that have not come across before, you can go to various places. Just look for Taurus TLS and you'll come across it. It's also on the TurboPack Indie Extras site, but also in Get It and a few other places as well. But if you're not sure how Taurus TLS looks, that's the caption on the screen now. So it's Taurus TLS, and it's JP Mugas. Is that how you pronounce your last name, or am I doing it wrong?
You're doing it correct. I pronounce it Mugas.
Mugas. Okay. Well, I shall remember for future.
It's okay. Everyone butchers it.
I always call you JP. It's a lot easier. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, my friend, and thanks for the video. And more importantly, thank you for Taurus TLS. You know,
you're welcome.
Hats off to you, my friend. All right. We'll speak to you soon. Okay. So that was JP Mugas, as I now know how to say it. And he is the maintainer of Taurus TLS. Great guy, a real character. And like I say, little bit unusual, but there are good reasons for it, but also he's crazy as well, and he won't mind me saying that. I mean that in the nicest possible sense. But he is a character, but very, very hard working. Anyway, moving on, the good news is that JP's video was relatively short, but it is feature packed, so we'll show it later. But now it is time for me to try and not mangle the giveaways. What I'm going to do, if I share my screen, let's see, make sure I get the right one, which is this one. So I'm going to keep myself down in the corner here. So let me just see the chat window. Helios says, I too am sensitive to ambient sunlight. I used to wear a head shield like a tennis player when programming. Oh, there you go. Apparently, maybe it's more common than I thought. That's amazing. By the way, thank you, JP. Interesting concept. Yes, I also should mention that Indy was worked on by Remy, who's very, very well known, Remy Lebeau, and he made it so that SSL support could be slotted in. So whilst JP, what he's done is excellent, we also shouldn't take away from that the effort that Remy Lebeau put in there to make it so that the Indy stuff could actually have Taurus TLS existing without rewriting the whole project. And JP has done a very good job of it, but Remy also, he's flat out with other work, and you know, poor guy's trying to maintain Indy and also stay sane and pay the bills at the same time. I don't know how these people do it. I really don't. It's enough for me to present CodeRage without going crazy. But yes, thank you to JP. Interesting comment. Right, so let's talk about the giveaways. So if you go to the CodeRage page, and you can see it up here, embarcadero.com, blogs.embarcadero.com /CodeRage-2025. If you go down to where it says view giveaways and register at the bottom of the screen there, if you registered by this morning, and you can keep registering, you only need to register once and then you're in it permanently. But if you haven't registered so far and you're watching us on YouTube, click on like and subscribe. But the way that it works is I won't know who you are, so I won't be able to give you a giveaway. Okay, so if you go to view giveaways and register on that website and register, you need your proper name, preferably, and an email address, and then I will every day I get an email at 6:30 in the morning my time. And that will be the people that were registered up until 6:30 a.m. my time, which is US Central Time. And then I will pick at random some people for the giveaways. Now, what are the giveaways? Well, let's just go down and click on the button that says View Giveaways. So these are the sponsors, and you can click on there and go to their sites. So DevArt, the wonderful DevArt, who I love their Unidac. if you scan that barcode there, that QR code, you will go and see what their UniDAC product is, but you can also go to that page and find out more about it as well. Mitov Software, Boyan Mitov, who sometimes is in the chat, he turns up and says hello, even though he said he couldn't possibly take part because he was too busy, which is fine. But I've done some sessions with Boyan. I'll be doing some in the new year with him as well. I haven't told him that yet, but he's going to. But he's the creator of Visuino, also a massive avalanche of really, really useful products. Go to mitov.com and Boyan Mitov there. You can see what he's given. So Devar have given away 10 licenses for the UniDAC Pro version. We gave, I think, one away yesterday, and we've got a few more left over to give away today. Let me have a look at how many we've got. Oh, quite a few. Yeah, that's good. So we've also got Mitov are giving away products with source code and runtime licenses. Visuino Pro, fantastic product, Visuino. If you've got any Internet of Things devices or you want to get into it, Lady, for example, Visuino is the thing to have. And also, to cap it all on top of that, if you go to Mitov Software and you decide to buy some of the stuff because you didn't win, for the duration of CodeRage, put in CodeRage 25 and you get 25% off of anything you purchase. So that's great. And then along came Nostis, whose name I can't pronounce properly, but I think it's Nostish. And but anyway, you can see how it's spelled there. They have got 2 license giveaways. We gave away one yesterday, and we've got one left over today. You can pick one of your products. So whichever one you want. This is very, very popular, the Document Studio, but so is the PDF Toolkit and the eDoc engine. Very popular. If you want to know what it does, go to that website and you'll find out more. We have got some terms and conditions. We do need a valid email address, otherwise we can't tell you won. It's not enough for me to tell you on camera because, you know, anybody can come along and say, hey, that was me. No. It's got to match the email address we have that you're not seeing. And we also can't give it to you if it's illegal, you know, for your location or your country or some other reason why we're legally prevented. Some states in the United States don't allow these kind of giveaways. It's not our fault. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to follow the law. More importantly, it's not me that's giving this away. I'm just a vehicle for these people to choose an email address. It is actually our partners there that are giving this away. So I showed how you're doing that yesterday. Let me just make sure I'm doing the right thing here. Yes, I am. Good. Okay, so I'm going to put this over here. And I'm going to zoom this up so you all get to see. Now, if you've already won, it's only fair that you can't win again, okay? Or when I say win, if we've picked you before, then I have to exclude you. So there are, for example, this person, which is Adriano Wolf. I'm very sorry, but the reason you're in red is if the random number generator picks you, then we'll have to go again. And I'm sorry about that, but we've only got, it wouldn't be fair for someone to have 3 licenses. You know, talk to the vendor, maybe they'll do something about it. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, the easiest way I know is to go to Google and say random range generator. And what Google will do is it will genuinely pick a random number. Okay, now just to make this easier, what I'm going to do is come up here and pick up this, and I'm going to put it to the side like this, and then I'm going to pick this like this. So I've got more sophisticated since yesterday, see? So if I go to the bottom here, like so, we've got 1,805. Now, the header is 1, so we've actually got 1,804. So the minimum number is 2, and the maximum number is 1,805. 1,805. Oops. 5. Okay. And this is going to be for a one Gnostish license giveaway. So this is for Gnostish. It's a choice of either the eDoc Engine VCL Pro Plus, PDF Toolkit VCL Professional, or Document Studio, generously donated by Gnostish. And I thank them for providing that. They didn't need to, but they volunteered to do it. I'm going to put their QR code in the top right-hand corner there. So good luck. This is for them. 1012. And I did try and use a key code yesterday to do this, but it's just as easy to scroll because 1012 is, it's tense, isn't it? It's very tense. 1012 is Medart Jürgen, and that is what you won. Not one, but what you're getting given away. So congratulations for you, 1012, and this is what you've got. So congratulations. The next one is for a 1-year professional license for DevArt's Unidac product. And number 238. 238 is Cesar Sanchez. And that is for 1-year professional license. Thank you to Unidac for giving us that. And because I've got a few of these, I'm going to do another one. So let's try again. 544. And if you've never used Unidac before, it's an awesome product. And that is Frederick Rosman. Congratulations, Frederick. And we will be emailing everybody, hopefully later today. And we're going to give away another license for Unidac. And we're going to be doing this all throughout CodeRage. So this is another 1-year professional license for DevArt's Unidac product. 1681. Wow. 1681. Roy Frey. Fantastic. Very good. And now we are going to give away a complete set of all Mitoff software products. This is amazing giveaway by Mitoff. Complete set 1774. 1774. And I want to thank our sponsors, so to speak, for this, because I appreciate it. And that is Lonnie Jink Kansegla. I'm not sure what name that is. I do hope your email address is valid, because if it's not, we can't contact you, and we will then have to choose someone else at random, and it will be exactly the same at random. So that's a complete set of all Mitoff products. And I'm now going to pick a Mitoff runtime license with source code 1170. 1170. And that's NX GAO. Congratulations. And we've got a few of these. I'm going to give away another one. This is a Mitoff runtime license 716. And there are no cache alternatives. You read the terms and conditions on the website. Speak to the person who's doing the giveaway, the sponsor, and talk to them if this is something you've already got or you don't want or whatever. So that is Martins Ramens. Congratulations. And one more thing that we're going to give away for now is a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage, and that is 887. 887. Armando Neto. Good job. Okay, that's all we're going to give away today. I'm going to give away some more tomorrow, and it will work in exactly the same way. I'm just going to save this to make sure that we've got the right details, and stop sharing my screen. If you want to make sure that that random number generator is random, and you don't trust me, and I wouldn't blame you, then go to Google and just say random number generator and choose their random number generator. Google wrote it, so I have absolutely zero influence over it. It's no code. I thought about using a Delphi program to pick someone from a database, but if I did that, then I suspect that people would say, well, you know, you might have... someone says, you think I marked 897. Did I? $897. Let me just check that. I did. You're quite right. I'm just going to share that screen again because I want to be completely transparent about what I'm doing here. So yes, I did actually gently choose 897. Because of that, I'm going to give away another one because I think the powers that be, deity, or however you want to put it, and thank you as well for pointing it out, which was here, Knut. Thank you, all of you. And Ian B, wrong number, 887-897. I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to say, okay, well, look, I don't want to be, you know, a horrible person there. So we're going to give both those people a license for Visuino Standard. Fair's fair, right? I don't want to undo it. So congratulations on Kenneth Mayer, and sorry I nearly did you out of a Visuino Standard license there. And congratulations to Armando Neto, because Mother Nature made you choose it. Thanks for pointing out. I'm sorry, everybody. This is why I'm doing it openly. I want to make sure that you know that I am a human being. You know, I wanted to. As producer Martha says, the universe wanted 897 to get something. I think she's not wrong there either. Yeah, sorry about that. We do have people watching in the background to make sure I don't mess it up. So, you know, if I... Oh, now here's something funny here, okay? You see where it says play too much bingo in your days, okay? Shall I tell you something funny about this? I used to be a professional bingo caller. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. I've done weird jobs in my lifetime, because a lot of my life when I was younger, I got married very young, and I had stepchildren. I needed to earn enough money. And so I had 2 jobs, and I was a coder, but also I happened to work as a bingo club caller, a professional bingo club caller as a 5 and 2, 52, all that kind of stuff in the UK. So played too much bingo in my days. Weirdly enough, yes, never played bingo, but have called thousands of games, including the British National Bingo game, which is a £50,000 prize, you know, a cash prize. And I was one of the first people in the UK in the 1980s to call that. It's a very good thing. So that's just ironically that you should say that. I actually did used to call bingo games. Anyway, there you go. So sorry about the nearly horrific mistake, but I'm sure producer Martha would have come and told me what I'd done wrong, because she's watching me and making sure I don't mess up. Okay, so we're back to normal scheduled programming, so to speak, and we're just in time. We've actually nicely caught up for the next session, which is from Dion Mai. And this is an AI session, and it's a very, very interesting one. Dion's got some great AI sessions. What I like about these AI sessions we've been having is that they're showing real people, like the one with David I, for example, actually vibe coding or using AI for real and showing how what the reality is or isn't of it. There are more sessions to come, especially in the second week next week, of different types of AI. We've probably got every kind of way of doing AI that you could get. But Dion has a company that specifically excuse me, I've been drinking an energy drink. Don't want to advertise it, but I've been drinking an energy drink to keep me awake. But Dion's company specialise in AI consultancy and stuff like that. So he's always a very interesting guy to have along. This is Dion. I think he said he will be for the live Q&A. Knowing him, I'm sure he will be. But he's done 4 videos. I think this is number 3 or number 4. I'm not sure. But we'll see you after Dion.
Hello everyone, welcome to CodeRage 2025, and in this session we will see AI in your CI/CD, ship smarter, not slower. So a little agenda, what we will see is what we are talking about, how can you do it, in which processes, attention points, and then the conclusion. So a little bit about me. I am John Mai, CTO at Ever Solutions, a company focused on apply AI and software and process solutions. I'm also an Embarcadero MVP and I'm control and automation engineer. And my company is funded by Google for Startups program. So the main objective of this session is you go through your local repository, and here I'm using Tortoise Git, but you can use any tool that you like with your Git or Tortoise or SVN, and I will check only the customer solutions here and put a short message on the commit, change on customer, and then when I commit the files and close the Tortoise, my system will run an event in background and do all these validations. And we will see what these validations are and how we can implement it on your own environment. So after we see the applying in your own environment, what we will see here? An augmented pipeline. So we have here a simple development pipeline, specs, development, review, test, deployment. And what we will do, we'll be able to put AI in this framework. So instead of only have the specs, we will use AI to help us development. And after the development, we will use AI to help us before the review, the test, and the process go on. So these 2 steps here is where we want to talk to you today. Let's expand the CI/CD or DevOps with AI. Why? Why we should do this? Well, nowadays we have a lot of things to take care of. As experienced developers, I think that you pass over the same way. We have to take off the bugs, the security, the latency, good practice, the specifications, the tests, all the things that we have to do. Is never less things, is always more things that we have to implement. And the idea here is only share part of that tasks with AI. Let's use AI to do some of our tasks, and we can deliver more and deliver it better. And by doing so, we can even let AI do some things that we even maybe don't like. There are more boring stuffs that AI do easily and do well, and let us do the new features, the cool stuff, the specs, the things that we like to do. Okay, it's not that AI will do all of our job. There is no practical world where that actually work well right now. So we will use AI only for certain things that AI do well, and other things we will still doing as we do today. And how to configure your CI/CD? Well, if you use GitHub, you can just take a prompt like this, a prompt like this, go to your LLM and ask to create a sample email file where you can put this email file inside your GitHub CI/CD or Azure DevOps or any other tool that you use. I will not focus on this kind of CI/CD workflow because this kind of CI/CD, usually we have to write the automations in Python or JavaScript, maybe a little away from what we will see today, okay? So I will focus more this session on local configure of your CI/CD. So we can even use Tortoise Git or using only Git, any tool that you use, or even SVN has the same events. You can use those events and write your own solution to validate the code, validate the commits before you send to the production and before you send to the CI/CD workflow. And why will you prefer to do that? Because once it is in your machine, it's easy, yes, for you review or redo some tasks before the task already go on the development process workflow. So with those validations that I want to show you today, you can validate things before the process go on, retake, redo, and then only pass forward when you are already done, when everything is okay and you have nothing else to complain with it, okay? So what we need to implement this? Well, first of all, let's create a event on your let's, in this case, Tortoise Git, but with your Git will work well. Go to Tortoise and then settings. On the settings, we'll click on the hook and then add a new hook. For this sample, I will use only post commit hook, but you have many other options here. Post commit, as the name says, will run after the local commit. And I will configure in this way. I will let it enable. I will ask to run in this repository. I will provide a hook bat with the call to my external application. And I will not wait until the script finish because the application will show me the report that I showed you before, and I will hide the run. And after that, the first time that script will run, the script will ask you if this hook script must be executed, and you can flag it to never ask you again. So every time that you did a commit, the Tortoise will automatically trigger that commit hook that you generated. If you don't run, you can configure for each run case as well. Or otherwise, like I like to do, is run always without asking, so the script is automatically running, and everything that I need to configure, I configure right in the application that I will show you to you. So this application will run inside the diffs of your commits. So every time that you commit a file, the Git can generate a diff file with all the changes from all the files that you have changed, and is this structure that we will pass to our evaluation application, and the evaluation application will take this diff structure and send to LLM to validate many aspects, many points of our source code. And all we need to do this is just a simple class. Let's see this class now. So all we need is a class like this, where this class has a result structure that will be parsed from JSON from the server response. A method, in this case, I use for the security analysis, okay, but you can generate each method for each aspect that we will talk in this session. You can put here your API key and also the content of the diff files that I show you and the model. In a more complex structure, a way to do this, you can even generate abstract model layer where you can change the model inside a configuration. I keep it simple for this example, but you have also this option to not only run on Gemini, you can run on ChatGPT, on Cloud. Once they all return the same structure, it will works. And if we go down here on the source code, we use REST request, REST client. It's a very simple API request. Here we have the system instruction that I will show you on the slides next. And also what we have here, system instruction and the role, the user, where the diff part will go, and the temperature, the response time, the temperature that is 0, and the response, all the structure with sec issues and the description. So if it has an issue and the structure. After the request, the source will validate and do parse the JSON return to the result method, where the main method that calls this method will analyze if the loops keeps going on or will stop based on this response. If it has some security issues, it will stop and notify me, the programmer. Otherwise, it will keep running and go to the next validation step. So with that source sample source class, what we will do, we'll go through all the different aspects, different characteristics of your development environment that you can analyze with this kind of observer. So for all of this one, we can create a method in a main structure observer, and this observer will run each of these observations each time that we commit a source code. Let's see some validation. So first of all, we can validate security. So with a system prompt as a sample, we will look for any vulnerabilities that our application can be generated on the changes that we made. Notice, only the changes that we made will be validated. So we will not pay for the LLM read all our source code. Only on the changes we will send to the LLM validate. For this case, we are using temperature as 0 because we don't want the model that be creative. We want that the model be very exact, very precious. And we asking for the output in the object format, and with the hashtag issues flag true or false as a boolean, and the description if it has a problem where us, the developer, can act. After the security, we can also find bugs, or before the workflow is on your decision. You can choose what is the best approach on your source code, but I suggest you to find some bugs with a system prompt like something like this. You are an expert Delphi developer, audit this code, sees if it has some bugs. Maybe you can specify that is in Git format, otherwise usually the LLM understand on the flow. And here you will provide the objective. Notice that I put in short the system prompts here. Sometimes the system prompt is very larger than this, but I will keep it short only to give you an idea. And of course, I will not read all the system prompts. It's just for you to understand all the steps and how you can configure it. And all of this prompt, all of these PPTs will be able to you to copy at the end of the session. I'll send you a link of my GitHub where all the session PowerPoints will be available, so you can go there and just copy the system prompts and use as your wish, okay? So for this case, as we want the model to also be very precise, we also use temperature 0, and in this case only ask for issues, boolean, and short description and string. Other aspect that we can filter and only run this case when we change some SQL on our tasks is to look after SQL optimization. So every time that we changes the SQL, you can even specify the database that you're working with. So the LLM will look only to optimize inside that kind of database structure. If your application are multi-database, you can also specify it on the prompt here, and the LLM will look over that SQL and see if there are something that it can be optimized. If there was, it will return to you. And again, look, all these steps, usually you will have to ask another prompt to the LLM. It can be a very long process. With this simple automation, you put that on your development process and you will never have to think about it again. You only do your development and the routine will alert you if you forgot something or if something can be done in a better way. You will receive a notification of that. And for this case, we will use temperature a little higher because we want that the model be more creative and suggest us a new solution. In this case, we are not asking for the model to look exactly at our source code and see if the rules apply there. We want that the model create some new answers for us, so we have to put the temperature a little bit higher for us work at 0.7, but in your case can be a little more, a little less. It's usually on the fly that we discover the best temperature for each case, okay? And performance optimization as well. For this case, we can put a little down, like 0.5, and other simple prompt, just ask for the LLM to validate if our source code there is something that can be improved on the performance side with if we have done some CPU load, disk IO or network that we are not covered or not user thread. All of that will be catched by this performance optimization flag, okay? Another one is keep the project standards. Let's suppose that your company has some standards that must be followed, some base class that you must be inherited, some structure name of the functions or name of the units. Of course, here we'll not use the source code variables and names nomenclature validation, because all of that can be done in a deterministic software like SonarQube or other kind of software, because the LLMs are not very good on those kind of things. If you follow the LLM, the AI word, you probably have been seen many LLMs are not able to count how many R's are in strawberry, right? It's a very common test. The people usually laugh at it because usually the LLMs are not able to count the R's on the word strawberry. So why they are not good? Because they are not good in understand the structure of the words. They are good to understand the meaning and find conceptual link between the meaning of the words. These are where they are good. And standards here is not the name of the variables, is more the class, the parser structure, some component dependency that you must use, database structure. This kind of standard you can put and it will be able to validate to you. And for this case also we must use temperature as 0, and again just issues output and the description of where the LLM find the issue, the problem. We can cross-check the specs. I love this feature. I use it a lot. I use it before my implementation and after as well. In this sample for you, I just put in the before, in the after. But I suggest you to use as well in the before implementation. That is for you to look at the specifications that you have of your task and see after the change of the files if all the files check the specification of the task that you are working on. Again, use temperature as 0 because you want to be precise. You want that LLM ensure that all the specs are implemented on your source code. And again, the output is just a simple has issues, yes or no, and description as a string. True or false, not yes or no, but you get it. And other thing that we can put is if you use unit test, you can also ask to automatically generate unit test. Of course, in this case, usually it's better to only run this on classes, on things that real can be tested by unit test. Usually forms and visual routines cannot be tested by unit test routines, but all classes, all fixed source routines that you have that don't depend on the visual of the application can be automatically tested by this kind of script. You just ask the LLM, in this case, of course, a little bit higher the temperature, so the model will be more creative and generate automatically all unit tests for the new methods, for the new class, for the new things that we added in some specific source code, okay? But again, if you will put this on your workflow, ensure that you only run this generation of unit test on your classes, on your even data modules, but on your structure files, not on your interface. And documentation is also a good option if you like to keep some documentation on the project. LLMs are very precise, very good, again with a little bit higher temperature. In this case, will not have a validation, only the description, and we will put this documentation inside the README file, inside the comments of the Git, inside another file that you keep the documentation of your project. But a good thing of call this automation is that you will keep your documentation updated. Usually we have time to create the documentation, but on the fires of the work day, we were not able to keep it updated. Usually is most that we see happen. And with this automation, you will be ensure that all your documentation is always on the track, is always updated. As your source moves, your documentation will move as well. So after that, we have the pre-commit builds events. So another way to put the events, instead of put only on the Git, we can use it before the build. Let me show you a sample here. So I have this Apex ERP project on my GitHub, and what we will see, we will use a simple bat file to build our application. And when I build the application, you can see that we have some hints here. And instead of go after these hints and manually check it on them and solve them, I can just copy it and put in a code agent to solve it. And I have two options here. You can use the code agent to solve the hints manually, or you can use the LLMs. But with the LLMs, it's a little more tricky because you have to send the whole file and get the whole file back. And in our practice, in our experience, that is not a better approach. Usually we have some troubles with that. But after I close here on the IDE, you can see that the code agent, the locally code agent is still running, but it go after all my files and solve all these hints. Look like this: system in, system UA types, all the needed units, all the variables that are that I forget on the source code are now removed, and the hints are gone. Let's just try again to see how the process go, and now we have an error. Another common thing that LLMs could do. So always have a human in the loop, always have a developer watching what the LLM is doing. Okay, let's just put this error on the LLM. Please solve this bug now. And of course, it's a simple mistake the LLM can solve. Again, I am on source code monitoring on Git, so I'm not scared that LLM can delete or change inevitable away my files. I always able to just revert the changes and be okay. And now let's test if all our hints are gone, and no, there are still hints on the application. Why is that? Why we have still hints in our application if we ask it the code agent to clean all them up? Let's ask again, only with this one. And in this case, you can see that the code agent will say us that it cannot modify the form sales because we specify so in Gemini MD file. So again, if you want to know more about these and why I did this, there is a previous session on CodeRage. If you didn't see, go there and see how you can use free code agents on your source code, and I show you how you can configure Gemini CLI and other code agents, and how you can configure source code access. So another thing that you must consider is there what source code will be able, the LLM will be able to see and change. In this case, the form sales has some rules that we don't want that LLM changes. So all the changes in form sales must be done manually. So we must go there to the form sales and change it manually. Okay, the LLM agent will not correct our hints and our bugs on this specific source file because we specified it that way. Okay, right. So we can use as pre-commit events. You can just go to LLM and ask to generate a CMD for compile your Delphi project using MSD. This prompt will be available to you, as well as a sample in the GitHub. You can go there and check. And this is a very simple bat file where when you call it, the MS compile will compile your project and output the messages of the compiler. You just have to feed that output to a code agent or to a LLM, and you will have the answer and what to do with that. And again, what we are doing here is now after the development, we finish a task, we trigger a auto build, we can build a bat, have the output, the error, the hints, and we can correct them or commit. And in this case, also for the commit, we can generate the commit messages. So I have here a sample of the commit message that you can generate automatically based on the changes of your files. So you can stage the files on your Git and send the stage the files to the LLM. LLM will generate you the commit message, always following the same structure that we see from all the other calls. It's just a API call where we change the system message with this one and then pass the diff file as the user role, and we will have the LLM answer with the commit message to automatically commit our local messages. Okay, well, after the processes that we can automate, some attention points that you must follow when you will apply these changes. One of them is prompt engineering. So always watch the model temperature when you ask. The temperature is a universal rule, so many models has. Of course, some models has more temperature, like Gemini, if I are not wrong, has 2 points of temperature, while many other models, ChatGPT, Claude, has only 1 point of temperature. So you will have to test what fits better to your processes. But if you see in all the slides, I give you some tips and hints on what temperature works better for us. Maybe it will work for you as well. Always look for the system prompt messages. Don't put all of your prompt in the text window, okay? Only on the one prompt window. This is called one-shot prompt, and this is not a good practice to use LLMs. The response of the model will always be worst if you use this model. Use a system prompt that the model will always provide a better answer to you, okay? And chain of thought, I didn't have time to put all the prompt engineering test ways to do in here, but you can look a bit on that, because if you already haven't used it yet, you can put some samples of what you are asking to the LLM inside of the prompt, and this improve a lot the quality of the response of the LLM. So in each case, if you want to do a security review, provide a sample on the system structure of what will be a good system, a good security notification. Like, oh, in this case, we have an exposed API key. Please write me this message when this happened. Or here we have an exposed user password. Give me a hint like this one when this happened on the source code. And with this chain of thought, the LLM will improve a lot the responses. Of course, it will not come free because it can affect latency. So latency is the time that we wait for something to happen when we are using a system. And of course, with LLMs, we usually have a lot of latency because sometimes they can take a lot of time for do some tasks. And some techniques to mitigate it are parallelism. You can use always faster models or enable notifications, but I will not deep dive on how we can mitigate latency and how we can run in parallel, because we will have another session on the next week, also here on CodeRage, where I will talk about Google ADK, Agent Development Software, and with that SDK, with Google Agent platform, we can develop parallel agents and all the other styles of agents to mitigate latency. So if you want to go deeper on that topic, watch that session and all these topics will be covered that, okay? But as a simple review, parallelism, instead of call only one API call at a time, we will call multiples API calls all the time, trying to reduce the time of all the processing. We can choose faster models. Of course, sometimes faster models can provide worse answers, so we must choose it carefully. And the things that I love is set up notifications, like in this case, where I show you the show message at the beginning of the session. In my company, we always use Slack or any other platform that you prefer, Google Chat, WhatsApp notifications. So when all these steps are done, the LLM, instead of show message like I show you here, they trigger a webhook and we receive the notification. So we can even be aware away of our computers, and we will be notified that some tasks are done, some tasks are finished, and we can the LLM are able to do the next job that we want them to do. Okay. Another attention point is token usage, linked to the prompt engineering and chain of thought. With more tokens, we usually is not a rule, have better responses. We have more context, so LLM will understand better what we are talking about, and this will provide less hallucination. So the model will also hallucinate less if we use more tokens. But be careful, because using more tokens is always more expensive, can be very more slower, and sometimes does not improve anything. So you must usually test on the fly which solution gives you better answers, okay? Because for us, sometimes only a small improvement on the system prompt give away much better responses. And as I show you the sample of the system messages for you, but sometimes for your project, it's better not to put this kind of file, change a little bit the text, give it a little bit shorter because of the LLM that you choose or the model that you choose. So observe all of that and try which fits better to your daily cases, okay? And also, remember to use this output structure message here, because this avoid you to follow in hallucinations. Because when the LLMs hallucinates, usually they don't keep the output structured. So we always use structured output because of that. Because in our experience, when you are using like 1,000 of requests, usually sometimes the LLM will hallucinate, is a rule that it will happen. And what you will do, you must ignore that responses and try it again. And to better identify when this happen, is always ask for structured output, because if the output is not structured, you already know that the LLM has hallucinated. You just ignore that request, wait a time, and ask again. And attention point access layers. Okay, maybe not all of your source code needs to be changed by AI. That is what I show you on the video of the build routine and the remove of hints, where the sales form are not changed by the AI, only by human developers, and you can also do that. So think about it, implement some layers on your knowledge, what is shareable, what is common, what you will send to LLMs, and what you will keep private, keep only to your development team, and not share it with whatever the LLM provider that you use. For have a control on this automation that I show you, all the calls. Think again, all that calls can be in a simple loop, where a simple controller will do the deterministic control style, where it keeps a counting how many times each validation method that we implemented here was called. And for that, I provide here a simple loop here. And as you can see, we can just call a repeat method and validate each validation step, like validate security, validate specifications, validate bugs. And at the end of the process, we just count the iterations. And if at the end of the iterations we pass the max loop iterations that we wanted, we exit the loop and cancel the execution. This is a very simple way to do a control in agents. And again, I will talk more about this kind of control in the specific agents session. But in this case, you can see that is a very simple way to control and avoid infinite loop, because when you are doing dealing with LLMs, reminder that when you are called many times the same method, you will pay many times. So always avoid that, because it can be very expensive. If for something your source code goes into an infinite loop, your cost can goes also to an infinite cost. So be very careful about that, okay? And on the point of hallucinations, again, remember, LLMs are not databases. So we must provide the context, we must provide the information. As I show you a very complex list of prompts to you. So always provide the rules, always provide the things that you want the LLM to validate, to do on the source code, on task that you are asking them to do, because otherwise, if you don't provide the knowledge, they can hardly to hallucinate. It's a common rule when you are working with LLMs, okay? So provide information. They are not LLMs. Provide information to them so they will hallucinate very less. And for deterministic, again, just provide the context. And here we have the validation that I talked before. The structured validation here. If the validation sec will not return a object, the routine will fail, will exit without the validation sec completed. So if the LLM has hallucinated on that specific answer, it will not send us the JSON file, the formatted JSON output, and without the formatted output, we already know that the call had failed, and we must run it again. So always use output formatted, okay? With all of this, we are ready to run our local scripts. So again, this is just a demonstration session. Of course, we'll not be able to implement all of this, but all of this source code will be on my GitHub. All these steps are here for you to follow. It's just follow every aspect of automation that you desire, put on your development. And again, consider to put it in more complex CI/CD structure like GitHub or Azure DevOps is also a good option. Other options that we are not talking here is about Jenkins, build, unit test call, auto test. All of this will not be covered in this session because it will be too long, but you get the idea. The idea is focus here on your development machine, on your development environment, where you can automate some aspects of your daily basis to do less of this job, instead of write all the specs, all the bugs, all the security validations, all the performance issues. You can delegate some of them to AI. You can choose what you delegate. You must not delegate all of your job, will not make sense. And you always must look after what LLM is doing LLM will not be able to do all your work alone. It will always hallucinate, is the rule. But remember of other specs of the ICD if you are not using today, because they improve a lot the quality of source code, the quality of the deployment at the end. The user will be very much trustful with you because you avoid a lot of problems that can pass through this process if you do not use this kind of security validations, okay? And the ROI, the payoff of this project, is that you can build this in days. All that I show you can build and adapt in your process in days, and you can use it for life. Of course, you will pay the LLMs, but you can handle less things, you can think of less things when you are implementing your software. You just focus on more important things, more creative things, things that LLMs are not able to do, and let that boring stuff, documentation, comments, project standards, all of that will be handled by the LLMs inside your local environment, and no one will be affected. The process will not be affected. Only your workday will be affected with this, okay? From here, what are my suggestions? So select the models that you want to work with, remote or local. Local, you can use Ollama, Docker, but attention on memory because local models require a lot of run memory to run okay. And also consider model drifting, other local issues that we have. It's not that simple that we will only run Ollama locally and everything will be solved and I have not to pay a giant model to do the job. Usually the local models are very limited, has less context window, does not have memory, and does not have function calling. So a lot of other things you will lose if you are option for a local model. So resonate on that, okay? And implement the hooks inside of your environment, implement the controller, a simple loop as I show you here, and be happy. And of course, this process will grow, you will have some problems, you can always improve on that, but you already know all the stuff that I show you. I just want to show you how you can use this knowledge, integrate with AI, and do less inside your job, because is what we see around talking with many developers, that many of them are not automated some of the tasks from daily basis, and this can be automated. It can save you a lot of time. And for companies or even for developers, I recommend you strongly the guide from MIT, from maturity level on AI implementation. So you can go there. The link will be here. You can go there and look at what level your company is currently and how you can improve the process, improve the metrics to use more AI on your company. So it's a very insightful guide and it's free. So you can go there and check. I strongly recommend it. So from then, I really thank you for your attention. Again, all the source code, all the samples, all the prompts, all the PPT of this session will be on my GitHub. You always can contact me at my company email, and you can also go at my company's website and see what we are building using AI every day. So really thank you Ian and Marta and Embarcadero for the session, and I will be here to answer your questions.
Dion Mai, everyone. He is a demon. Excuse me, when he produces these things. I don't know how he does it, because yet again he's joining me live in the studio. Honestly, I mean, you have put out so much output. Excuse me, I've got a cough all of a sudden. That's a bit weird, isn't it? How's it going, Dion?
How's it going? Yeah, thanks for having me.
Good, yeah. There's actually a few chat messages. You generated a little bit of I don't think controversy, but I think a discussion. First of all, Patrick said, "Be happy." The best suggestion of the day. Yeah, well, if you go to Brazil, you'll understand why they say that. Boy, that's a country. I tell you, it's a wonderful place. It really is, and the people are pretty special as well. I mean, there's some crazy people there that I wouldn't want to know, but but a lot of very happy, nice people as well. It's a fantastic country. Someone was, in fact, it was Maxi Donkey that was talking about Gemma 3, which I'll put that up in a moment. But he also, Patrick pointed out, because Patrick's always in the chat, is like my unpaid, I don't know, social media secretary. I don't know what you would call him, right? But
And he gets so fast. It gets so fast that I said it the wrong date, and in the next minute the answer is in the chat.
Well, he was the Spirit of Delphi Award winner, and then the people that took over from him, because he was like 2024, were the Brazilian MVPs, of which you are one. So, because Brazilian MVPs are on fire, they really are quite amazing. The whole bunch of you, and there's not a bad one amongst you, that I'm aware of, anyway. Yeah, the session tomorrow about ADKs is planned at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, so US Central, or 9 p.m. GMT UTC. So there you go. And for us, one dev says, "Thank you very much, Dion," and so does Maxi Donkey as well. Despite lots of questions, he says, "Thanks, Dion." Maxi Donkey said, and you might have a comment about this, I'm not sure, but try LM Studio instead of Olama. It supports OpenAI's V1 responses and is therefore compatible with an agentic capable model. Okay.
It's a very good suggestion, Ian. In our experience, we use LM Studio, but as the LLMs start to be more cheaper, we basically abandon all the local LLM use, because it's so cheap and so fast to use the outside models that we just separate what we will send to them. And when we separated that, we always use the paid models. But for ones that want to run locally, is a very good suggestion from Maxi Donkey.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a big guy on AI. He always says he's not a Delphi programmer. I always say this, and yet he produces more components than anybody I know. So I don't know. Good. Then I'm not a Delphi programmer either, but apparently. But yeah, he knows his stuff. And Patrick says he's going to add social media secretary to his LinkedIn account. I like Patrick. I've met him a couple of times in person. He's a really nice guy, very quiet guy for someone who's so like he does live streaming on Twitch, and you see him everywhere in the YouTube chat. He's actually in real life. He's actually quite a kind of reserved guy. I think that's fair, Patrick. I don't want to make you sound like you're a wimp or something, because you're not. But he's just one of those guys that's he's quite. Oh, Maxi Donkey is saying the reason he doesn't say he's a Delphi programmer is he's a mathematician. Yes. As we found out during Dr. Kevin Bond's session, where the conversation was just, I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep out of this one. I mean, I'm getting the handle on AI, but the math stuff started really drifting into the realms of, do I need to know this at my age? I mean,
And Maxi Donkey really seems like a mathematician, because the comments are always in the middle. He always are very precise in what he are saying. We see that he are not trouble. He knows what he are saying. I like when he comments on my session.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few academic kind of, I don't want to call them academics, but that's what they are. They work in that arena, and a few of them. And whenever you find someone who's an academic making a comment, they are usually quite precise and cutting, but I thought it was funny when I said, "Oh, good, you'll be able to say something unnerving to Dr. Bond and trip him up." It's like, no, I wouldn't do that. Oh, okay. But they know I'm joking. I mean, I get on very well with Dr. Bond. Kevin, he's a good guy, and anybody that's going to teach computing, whatever language they choose. But what, you know, anybody that's teaching computing, I'm all for it, because I think it's the future. So yeah, there was a thing Maxi Donkey was saying about an LLM is a statistical model and there can therefore produce undesirable outputs. To make it more robust, one should rely on multiple LLM responses at each step. Yes. In fact, your session yesterday talked a lot about security and things like that, didn't it? It was, you know.
And in the source, the Max Monte, the Donkey has commented that I didn't put the try except because that it was a simple sample, and when the parser did not work, that routine will raise an exception. So my suggestion for you on implementation in real life is always consider the structural output. And you can also, as some put it in the comments, try another call, another LLM, but in production, maybe it will costly. So you only look to the structural output. If the structural output didn't work, you forget that call. It was a lost money, and wait a time and try it again. It's for us is the best approach, because if you try to call for each call another LLM to evaluate, your cost will be always double. And in production, we always not have money to pay twice.
Yeah, you can't just burn it money away just to get the right answer. I mean, it is important, obviously, to validate what's coming back, because LLMs make. I mean, there was a good example yesterday. The captions that I put at the bottom screen, everybody, whether they speak English or they're speaking Spanish or Brazilian Portuguese or whatever, I'm captioning the bottom. And Camtasia does that using AI. And it's Whisper AI is the engine they chose, which is fine. I did try their Audiate, which basically corrupted the audio and truncated it, so I gave up with that. But Camtasia itself does those dynamic captions at the bottom. And at one point yesterday on someone's video, and I can't remember who it was, but it was I think it might have been Stephen Ball or someone like that, an English speaker, you know, like a native English speaker. It started saying to the redder, to the redder, to the redder, like over and over again. And I'm like, is this an example of AI hallucinating audio? Because it didn't make any sense to what he was saying. He was talking about something completely different, and it kept saying that over and over again. And it was like some kind of psycho, to the redder, to the, you know, like, it was crazy. But that's the problem with AI, is that right now it messes up so obviously most of the time that we can go, oh, it's got that wrong, you know, because it'll, like, sometimes when you ask it to do Delphi code, it will put in what is obviously C# code, or, you know, and you look at it and go, no, that's not Delphi syntax. But that's okay whilst we can spot it. But if you're asking it something more complex, like an algorithm or a formula, as you were pointing out, you got to validate what it's saying, because some of the hallucinations or mistakes, is another way of saying it, that it makes are so believable that if you didn't know any better and just go ahead and use it, you can be in some serious trouble. And that's the concern, is that as they get better, the mistakes they make and the lies they tell will be believable to the extent we'll just go, oh, it's probably right. And yet, no, but I mean, that's the problem with humans. You know, I mean, I'm quite a believable guy because that's my job. So if I tell you that Rad Studio is, you know, I don't know, make something up, you know, oh, it is perfect for C# programming. I say, if I say it convincingly enough, maybe I'll convince people, because you know, my job is to be you know, direct and credible and a reputable source. But if the AI does that as well, you know, we could be in trouble. And that's my concern about AI, is trusting it too much, because people will just, you know, trust anything I say sometimes, and they shouldn't. You know, I always say, don't take my word for it, go and check, you know, because I make mistakes, you know, I'm a human.
But what we see is, at least in our experience here, is people who already know much will derive a lot of advantages with AI. Will automate the boring stuff, and the people who knows the process, who knows the things, will understand if it's correct or not. And the people who are have little knowledge, they always will depend on what AI is saying. They will be in trouble because they simply cannot tell if it's true or not. And for those using AI, maybe will be very complicated thing.
Yeah. And Maxi Donkey, who just said, I'm almost good at math, but far from good at coding, whatever. I've seen his stuff. He knows what you're thinking. But a single erroneous token, a single wrong token, I suppose another way of looking at it, can lead to a non-compliant result. Yeah. And this is the thing that famously, I think it was ChatGPT, if you asked it how many letter R there were in the word strawberry, it would get it wrong. And normal people who are not weirdos like programmers are, computer programmers, would go, how can it possibly not know how many letter R's there are in the English word strawberry? And actually, the explanation made sense, that it tokenizes it. And so it says there's one R in strawberry, and you're like, no, that's wrong. So it comes back and goes, sorry, I am wrong. There's two. But no, there's more than that. There's three, because berry has two R's and straw has one R. So, and it kind of exposed the limitations of the way that it works. Dr. Bond's video talked about, you saw those graphs. I don't know whether you watched it, but the graphs that he had, and the proximity of the words.
Nice.
I mean, it was quite in-depth stuff. I might have to watch the replay to understand it, but I thought it was very interesting because it makes you realize that it's artificial intelligence is nonsense. It's not, it is artificial intelligence in the sense that it's artificial, but a large language model is just that. It's a recreation of, understanding. Understanding a situation or understanding the question you're asking it, and then understanding what the probable answer is. And as Maxi Donkey says, and when tokens go wrong, you can have a problem creating an issue for securing MCP. Yes, that's the worry that I have, is that when we start talking about agentic web, when you give it the capabilities to do what on earth it feels like doing, would you get your 7-year-old child to use your computer without you supervising it to do some complex work? No, of course you wouldn't. You're like, no way. He'd do something ridiculous like draw on the screen, or I don't know, set fire to the house or something. But that's what you're doing. With MCP, you've got to constrain it in. And devices like Alexa, which I don't think I've got in the house anymore, but devices like Alexa, they've got quite a lot of power. And how often do we have it do something weird? Like the other one is, I have an Android phone, and the amount of times that it does something weird, and you're like, why is that alarm going off? And it's because it's decided that that's what it should do because of the AI. So yeah, it's good. So we're going to go to the next.
In this, it's just a short, but in this sense, if we see a lot of AI IDEs, that's why we love so much Delphi, because a lot of AI IDEs have deleted the projects. If you follow the news, because the user asked, change this, and the AI took, wow, to change this is better to change all and delete all the source code.
Yeah,
So
I've seen that. In
we
fact,
must always.
David I's session where he was vibe coding almost was a very good example. He's like, oh, I told it not to recreate it, and it did. And there's been a few people like that where they've said, just change this, and it's like, no, I'll just rewrite it. No, I was just polishing that code, and I just wanted you to change this little bit. Yeah, and as Torpor Memes, which is an interesting name, AI fails badly when it's asked to make time-related sequences. It seems to borrow code that it is itself faulty, and that's a major red flag. It's best to rely on your own capability. Well, I think the problem here is that there always used to be this thing they used to say back in the day, which is garbage in, garbage out. So if you put into any model or anything like that a load of rubbish, stupid ideas, bad data, bad email addresses for a database, bad names, anything, or if the functions that you put in a spreadsheet or whatever it is, doesn't matter whether it's programming or not, if you get it wrong to start off with, what you get out is going to be wrong. It might be accidentally right, but it's probably wrong. And it's even more so with AI. But I have seen some, in this week so far, I've seen some very impressive demonstrations of what AI can do. Next week we've got David Millington. It's the last session of CodeRage actually, with his code bot, and I haven't seen it for a few weeks, but what I saw before was incredible, and it's an add-in for Delphi, so for Rad Studio actually. So very good. And Maxi Donkey is now going down the route of we're all gonna die. he says MVP server. He means MCP. Well, at least I think he does. There's not an MVP server that I'm aware of, but maybe. And also he gives you as well, Dion. There you go. So you can. Look, thank you so much for staying up a little bit. Actually, it's only like 4 o'clock in the afternoon for you. I don't know why I'm saying that. It's not 10 at night, but thank you again, Dion. You put so much effort into these, and your presentations are very good. Lots of people like them and comment on them, and the amount of effort you put in, and you're back again. Is it tomorrow? Tomorrow's your last session, isn't it? That's it.
Yes.
You've only done 4. What's up with you? But honestly, I really appreciate it. You're a great guy. You're a nice guy as well. Not just a smart guy, but you're actually a decent guy as well. And I appreciate the effort you put in. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Tomorrow. Bye.
Thanks a lot, Dion. All right, thank you. Okay, that was Dion, and feel free to go to his website. I'm not going to try and pronounce it, but just go there. You scan that QR code, and you see more about what Dion does. Now we are going to go to the next session. Whilst that session's on, and I fix my throat. I'm sorry, the weather's been horrible here, and so I've been suffering. Malcolm says, and in fact, I'll put that on the display. Good morning, all, because Australia's just woken up. Hello, Australia. How you doing, mate? G'day. Good to see they're back. I think they're time travelers, because I think, although it's Thursday for me, I think it's Friday for Malcolm. So he's really traveling around the world at the speed of light, twice the speed of light, or whatever. Anyway, I'm sleep deprived. I'm losing it, aren't I? Okay, so now we are going to go to the second part of Kevin's video. So I'm going to have to scroll it through. So it's going to look a bit weird for a second because it's going to suddenly jump to like 1 hour in. Oh, and Boyan's here as well. Boyan, we've had some people ready for your giveaway, so you're going to get some email shortly. For those of you that don't know who Boyan is the boss of Midtoff Software. And in fact, I'm going to put a URL code up there to Midtoff QR code. I mean, Midtoff.com. Here we go. So Boyan, who is chatting away, is that's his site there, and he's very generously giving away like the farm, so to speak, in an American sense. But he's got some great giveaways, and we've given several of them through. But Boyan, you're incredibly generous. I really appreciate it. I know we're good friends and we get on well, and we will do some webinars in January. Boyan, you're on notice. I'd like to do some stuff in January with your thing, with Visuino on it, and a few Internet of Things devices as well, if you're able to. I know you've got a lot going on at the moment, but yeah, he's a good lad. And as Patrick says, oh, Boyan Midtoff, there you go. I think the CodeRage, therefore, would be an improvement of that part in it. Yes, exactly. Yes, someone's saying doing this. Okay, so let's go on without more ado to the second part of linear algebra, matrices, vectors, and homogeneous coordinates with Dr. Kevin Bond, who I think is going to be here in the Q&A later as well. Like I say, bear with me because we've already seen half of it and I have to manually scroll through because I was too lazy to split it up into two. But we'll be back soon.
Welcome. Expect this is by, and that means no inverse, and no inverse means let's say the matrix. So let's say we transform a scene from 3D to 2D. Once you've left the 3D and gone to 2D, you can't reverse the situation. So it's a one-way transformation. A matrix is singular when its determinant is 0. So we need to know what a determinant is, and I will define this later. One eigenvector is that with eigenvalue 3.0. Another eigenvector is that with eigenvalue 2. So when the transformation is applied, so if we end up with 2 times 0, the scalar is 2. So that's the eigenvalue. That's the eigenvector. And here you see that's that eigenvector. And the eigenvalue is indeed 2, so it's doubled in length. Idea of a vector space called a linear space, a collection of vectors that can be added together. So if we have a vector S and a vector T, and we add them vectorially, we end up with R, which is S plus T. And if we multiply a vector by a scalar, all we do is just increase or decrease its length. In this case, we double its length. So it's called a linear space if we can do this, and the result ends up in the same vector space. Now, all real valued functions can form a vector space because you can add 2 functions. So f of x plus g of x is the same as combining the function this way and applying it to x. You can multiply a function by a scalar. So if you multiply the function first by a scalar and apply it to x, you get the same result as applying the function and multiplying by c. So in other words, functions form a vector space. So they obey the rules that I've just defined for a vector space. So the result is still a function. So this is a vector space. So if we perform scalar, we still end up with a function. If we add 2 functions together, we still end up with a function. It's f plus g. So sounds is vectors. The space of all possible sound waves is a vector space. Sound wave is just a function that gives the air pressure or voltage at each moment in time. All possible sound waves within limit form a vector space of functions. You can add 2 sounds, you get a mix of both. So let's describe a sound by a sinusoid, and let's add its first harmonic, half of its first harmonic. So we end up with a result which is a new function, which is f plus g of t. So if ft is a violin note and gt is a piano note, we can add the 2 together, and the result is f plus g of t. So you can scale a sound, you can change its volume. So this is true also. So function or sound wave can be treated as vectors, and they belong to a vector space. And we can exploit this using a Fourier series to add sounds together, and then we end up with a sound in a time domain, which is a combination of the sound, usually a fundamental and harmonics added together. So we must ensure that these are periodic functions, and we can actually pick apart a wave representing a sound and decipher it and identify which frequencies have been added together. And we do that with something called a Fourier transform, but that's quite a slow, laborious transform. So there's a very clever algorithm due to Cooley and Tukey that will speed up the process, and it's called the fast Fourier transform. So let's have a look at that fast Fourier transform. It's a Delphi program. And let's choose a frequency of about 300 hertz. And we're going to be sampling that frequency. We're going to take 1,024 samples, and the sample rate is 800 hertz. So it's well above the criterion set by the Nyquist frequency. We'll have no harmonics. We'll condition this because it's not an infinite waveform, but a snapshot. And let's generate the sound, and we can translate from the time domain into the frequency domain, and we can pick out the frequency is indeed, if I get it, can't get it, is, if I could center it, if I took the trouble to center it, it would be 300 hertz or thereabouts. Okay, now if we add one harmonic to it and generate, we can see that we now have a new function that changes in time, and it's a combination of two frequencies, and that is the first harmonic. We haven't, let's try 3, generate, and so this is a new function in time, which is achieved by adding, if you like, you can think of these as 3 vectors, and finally 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 harmonics and the fundamental. So we've got a vector space full of vectors, but now let's consider how we could express those vectors in terms of the equivalent of x, y, z, or unit vectors in the direction x, y, z, call them I, j, k. So what we're effectively going to form is a basis in a vector space. It's a set of vectors that satisfy 2 key properties. Linear independence, no vector in the set can be written as a linear combination of the others. Spanning every vector in the space can be written as a linear combination of the basis vectors. So for example, in 3D, we might use unit vectors I, j, and k. So any vector can be a combination of these. So a basis is like the fundamental direction you need to describe any location in that space. So we can have basis vectors for colors, for sounds, for forces, and the operation of mixing colors, mixing amplifying sounds, combining forces. So we actually have, in this case, a special kind of basis. It's an orthonormal basis. So we have a basis vector, orthonormal basis vector 1, 0, 0, which corresponds to the red direction. A vector 0, 1, 0 corresponding to the green direction, which is another orthonormal basis vector, and 0, 0, 1 in the direction of B. So the key idea is orthonormal basis. An orthonormal basis is a special type of basis where the vectors satisfy 2 additional properties beyond being a regular basis. Orthogonal, all vectors are perpendicular at right angles to each other, and each vector has unit length. So its normal or norm is of unit length. That's a unit vector. And mathematically, for basis vectors v, v2, all the way to v, and you say, how can they be right angle? We have to stop thinking in terms of our 3-dimensional space and geometry, and just define some criteria, which basically says if we apply the dot product, when I is not equal to j, we get 0. And that means it's orthogonal. Try it for I, j, and k, all those the RGB colors that I mentioned, and you'll see that it's only when I is equal to itself is the product non-zero. An orthonormal base makes computations much easier. It's finding coordinates. If that's an orthonormal set and you want to select vector x, you project in x in the vi direction, and you get the coefficient. So you can reconstitute the vector from the coefficients. So this is c1, this is c2, just done by projecting x in the into the orthonormal basis v1, v2, etc. So v1 and v2 definitely are orthonormal. v3 is not, and so we can have a non-orthonormal base, e.g. vector v3, which is 1, 1, and we could choose v1, 0, 1, So for a 2D scenario, finding coordinates requires solving a system equation. So it's messy. So that's why we choose an orthonormal function basis. And the Fourier series basis functions form an orthonormal function basis under the function inner product, because if you, and this is why we need a periodic function, if you sum over 0 to 2 pi, the product of the sign px, qx, it's not only non-zero if p is equal to q, and then it's equal to pi. Similarly for cos, so if p equals q and n is greater than or equal to 1, then what we have is so if p equals q cos squared nx, so pq equals n, pq equals n is equal to that, is equal to pi. And so, and there's a mistake there. It should be 1 upon pi here, and that's equal to 1. So what we have is an orthonormal basis because it satisfies the norm condition, and it also satisfies orthogonality. And we've already demonstrated that you can functions can be treated as vectors. So the one thing that we haven't catered for is when n is 0. So we end up with a normalized constant of 1 upon root 2. So our orthonormal sets consist of this, and this should have been 0 here as well. So this is our orthonormal basis set. So we can actually use this to construct vectors. So we will have different values of coefficients apply to the basis that we choose from here, and having created those vectors, we can add them together, and if we add enough of them together, this is all, so very, very small, so moving one orthonormal basis vector to the next, and so on, we end up with a resultant that could, in fact, synthesize a square wave. So let's have a look at this series. So I'll start. This is a Delphi program. I took the object Pascal and just fed it through the Cortex Pascal compiler to generate JavaScript. So next to no modifications required. So if I plot this, so all we've done is we've taken one vector, one sinusoid, and we're rotating it. Well, let's rotate it a bit more quickly, and we get a sinusoid. So stop the plot. Let's speed it up a little bit and plot. Now that's one vector, and that produces a single sinusoid. If I stop the plot and let's add, we'll clear the plot, and let's add 3 vectors and plot. And the 3 that we're adding are harmonics, and we're actually choosing a magnitude which is smaller than the original fundamental. And what we start to get is a function which looks like a square wave. And if we stop the plot and we add a lot more, sorry, clear the plot. I've forgotten the exactly which orthonormal basis vectors I've added together and in what proportion. I would need to check the program. So, and now we're getting something that resembles a square wave. There's a little bit of overshoot on the transitions, and that's called a Gibbs phenomena. The physicist, God, I can't think of, I remember his last name, American physicist Gibbs, analysed this and explained why this was the case, and there is a way to eliminate it with a bit of sophisticated programming. Okay, so orthonormal basis can be periodic functions, and we can add them together vectorially, and we can produce a new function, and that new function can be a square wave, for instance, or it could be a sawtooth wave or whatever. So the key idea is vectors aren't just arrows. Vectors aren't just, there's anything you can add together in scale that follows certain rules. And we've looked at the rules. This abstraction lets us apply geometric intuition to non-geometric problems. So use the same mathematics for different domains, solve problems using linear algebra. So we've shown you a color example, a sound wave, and I suppose the Rubik cube was 3D, but it's based on vectors. They live in different spaces, but follow the same mathematical rules. And that was exploited, or has been exploited in LMMs to capture positional information, which can be fed in to give you semantics, like the word that follows cat could be more than likely sat, etc., etc. So let's have a look at an RGB manipulator. So we have three vectors at the moment. The red one is of size 50, green one is of size 50, and the blue one is of size 50. Let's increase the size of the red vector, and you can see that the rectangle takes on a red hue. If I reduce the contribution to 44 and increase the green, it takes on a green view. So it's a different way of thinking of the RGB components, and thinking of them as vectors that we can add together, and the resultant vector gives you a vector in that orthogonal space that I showed you earlier, the red, green and blue unit vectors. So text representation is vectors. Plagiarism detectors need a way to numerically represent text so that they compare documents. Can compare documents mathematically. This is where vectorization comes in. And word embeddings, which is also used in LMM, creates a dense vector for each word in the text, and then vectors are compared. So a dot product is evaluated, and the smaller the angle between those vectors, the closer those words are to each other. The larger the angle theta, the further apart those words are, and so by processing this in a way that generates an overall sum of sorts, which is normalized and converted into a percentage, one can put a percentage on the similarities between two documents. Okay, so let's try text similarity. So, okay, so let's load Sonnet 116, Shakespeare Sonnet 116, and let's add another copy of it. And let's compare the text and interpretation high similarity, because the similarity score is 100%. Let me not to the marriage of true let's put it of untrue minds. So let's alter a few words. Admit that alter where change finds, and strangle the meter, or bends with its remover to add. And I could go on making changes. So let's compare text. And now the similarity, it's not been, the score hasn't been affected too much, but you could see I could go on making changes. And I would get a similarity score, which would give me some idea of whether a piece of text had been reproduced with some words being altered. So again, this is exploiting dot product of vectors, the cosine of the angle between vectors, and so on. So a vector is a mathematical object that has both magnitude, size and direction, but the concept generalizes far beyond arrows in space. So a vector is an element of vector space, any set where you can add two vectors and multiply by scalars, and they need to satisfy certain axioms. I won't go through the detail of these. These are sort of bog standard axioms that mathematicians will have produced and rely on the definition of for a set to be a vector space. So there is a zero vector node, and the meaning of this, if you add the zero vector to a vector v, you should still end up with the vector v. If you subtract a vector from itself, you should end up with a zero vector. And that's quite important because I've already mentioned this, that position vectors, which we use to provide coordinates to a point, those coordinates are not vectors. They don't, in the sense they don't belong to a vector space because they don't have a zero vector. So common types of vector: geometric vectors, coordinate vectors, ordered lists of numbers. Functions I've covered. Polynomials, the coefficients, data records. Matrices can be treated as vectors used in machine learning. Matrices are used very, very heavily in the linear part, the linear stages. So this is a transformation matrix which is applied to the inputs, which are presented as a column vector. This is the bias vector, and we should end up with a vector which are activation. If I get this right, activation rates of the particular node. So we now need to non-linearize those in order to get learning. So we apply a nonlinear function, usually a sigmoid function, to this column vector. All right, yes, column vector. I have to scratch my head about that. It's been a long day. And rho is called an activation function, and this then feeds to the next layer. So there are other activation functions, ReLU, TANH. So linear affine transformation preserves straight lines. Nonlinear introduces curves, enables learning complex patterns. So these stages repeat through each layer of the network. So matrices, rectangular arrays of numbers used to represent and manipulate linear equations and transformations. So this is a 2x2 matrix. This is a 2x1 column matrix, otherwise known as a column vector. There's another one here. So if we have, what do we have? If we have M, we can multiply a column matrix by this two-dimensional matrix. So that's called a column vector, and we end up with a column vector as the answer. So basically it's 2 times x plus 3 times y to give you 11, and 3 times x times 4 times y to give you 15. So it's the sum of 3 times x and 4 times y. So that's what I just covered. 2x, 3y, add the two together, and you get this value here. And then 3 times x plus 4 times y, and you get this value here. Okay, so that's matrix multiplication. Now we can exploit that if we have a system of linear equations, a set of equations like this. Linear algebra provides efficient ways like matrix operations to solve them. So to solve simultaneous equations, we actually use determinants, but I haven't explained determinants yet. And so x equals 1, 2, and y is 2 plus 3 times 3 is 9 is 11. 3x is 3 ones is 3 plus 4 threes is 12. That's 15. Okay, solving 3 simultaneous equations. And I won't go through the checking, but that's possible. Graphing linear equations. Effectively, that first equation, or if we had these two equations, if we plotted them, we could see that there is a solution. It's where they coincide. Okay, so no solution if they don't coincide. And if they're just a scaling up of this, then there are an infinite number of solutions because effectively you only got one equation. So, okay. Key idea of a determinant. So if you take two equations like so, and you turn them into a 2x2 matrix, a column vector, and a column vector, when you multiply this out, you will end up with these two equations. The determinant is as follows. It's AD minus BC in this two-dimensional case. I've chosen a very simple case. So if we call this matrix M, then we need to calculate the determinant of M and place it in the denominator here. Now we need to formulate X, which is XT and CD. So we substitute this first column. We put S and T in place of A and B. And then for Y, we substitute C and D with S and T. And so we end up with two-dimensional matrices. And to solve for X, we calculate determinant of X and divide by determinant of M. Solve for Y, calculate determinant of Y, determinant of M. When you get more equations, there are more efficient ways of doing it, but I'm not about to go into those. So linear transformations, functions that map vectors to other vectors, preserving addition, scalar multiplication. In matrix form, these operations are like rotations, reflections, scaling. So if we were to rotate U and then scale it, we end up with 2TU. And if we were to apply this to this shape, I haven't shown you the original, but this could be a scaling and then a rotation. There is a trick. In fact, the trick is to just apply the rotation and scaling to the vertices and then draw the shape again from the vertices afterwards. And let's have a look at rotate and scale. And this is what I've done here. So if I draw the shape, and this happens to be a web-based version of something that I produced in the How to program effectively in Delphi for AS A-level, computer science. So I just JavaScript it using Cortex Pascal. So let's scale it. So we draw the shape, that's enlarged it, and let's rotate it. And that's the rotation. Effectively, what I've done is I've applied a matrix to the vertices to achieve this. I won't demonstrate the movement for the moment because that's where homogeneous coordinates come in, because translation without the homogeneous is non-linear, and so it doesn't work. So it's possible to perform a transformation on a point in space using matrix multiplication because a point in space may be represented by a row matrix or a column matrix. And it's possible to multiply one matrix with another and multiply a vector by a matrix. So this is the transformation matrix which scales. So we take the old point and scale it, and it becomes a new point. So scale an object constructed of lines, apply an appropriate scaling transformation to each row column matrix representing a point where the two lines meet. Now right at the very beginning, I showed you the connection between LMMs that used rope, rotation, positioning, embedding, or encoding, and Euler's formula that you can rotate by applying by e to the I theta, and I demonstrated that you ended up with a rotation matrix. Well, this is the old-fashioned way of doing it, and we end up, and I think in the beginning, when I meant to say cos, I said sine, and so on. So we end up with calculating x nu from x old by multiplying as such. So looking at this, epsilon is the rotation, and we're starting from an angle theta. But we can express this in matrix form, in a transformation matrix form, for rotating a single point about the origin by an angle epsilon in the two-dimensional xy plane. We can apply this to every vertex of a two-dimensional, such as the letter L. So that's the rotation matrix. And then, of course, having rotated these matrices, we can reconstitute the geometric shape, which in the case of complicated shapes, we use triangular meshes. So we can rotate this mesh by applying a rotation scaling to each of these vertices. I mean, if you have so if you skied for Delphi, and that will encode the matrices and store them in the GPU in this way. So I think that one is that. Oh, which one is which? That one is that point. Because I'm only doing 2D, so ignore the Z, and that's its RGB value. The next one is 1 minus 0, 1 minus 1.0. That's its RGB value. So you can see you can actually change the RGB values. So which means that when the GPU actually renders the shape, it will combine the RGBs using an algorithm. Then you'll get some particular shade and a mix of colors. And so you go all the way around here, and you see these vertices are recording actually two triangles. So those four points can end up with two triangles that can be rasterized in that way. So definition of a linear transformation, you can basically do the transformations on each individual vector, or you can add the vectors first and perform the transformation. So that's adding them together first and then performing the transformation. That's applying the transformation to each and then adding them afterwards. Okay. This is, I'm careful not to switch off my video recording. Linear transformations. This is it. It's rotation and scaling. Right, now the difficulty comes when you try and transform the zero vector. Okay, so let's start out with a column vector. Initial values 5 and 3, and we scale. So scale by a factor of a scalar value of a C. So we end up with 5C. Now let's say we'll change this to 0, 0. So this will be 0, this will be 0. And if this is 0 and 0, this is the zero vector. So applying this transformation to the, applying whatever the transformation is, well, it's the scaling in this case by factor C to the zero vector, you end up with the zero vector. That's why they're emboldened. Okay. Now let's consider this case. And because it's a Cartesian two-dimensional coordinate system, we could actually move the origin because this is point space. So if we move the origin, well, by adding 1 to x, what we've got is a line that doesn't start at the origin. We've got a kind of new origin, as it were. That's one way of thinking of it. I'm being a bit loose with my mathematical descriptions. And then if we say, well, okay, what happens to this point here? So that's x is 0. And when we so if we apply this transformation to it, it ends up being 1. So if you apply this transformation to y or to x plus 1 when x is 0, we end up with 1. So it doesn't look right at all, because this is not a vector, and we don't end up with a 0 vector when we apply this transformation to a 0 vector. So he's stretching it a little bit to try and make a point. But let's have a look at an equivalent case to this, where we have x and y, so that's 5 and 3 if you like, and now we want to shift x by delta x and y by delta y. So these are increments. This is an increment on the x-axis, this is an increment on the y-axis. And let's suppose that the increment is 3 in the x direction and 1 in the y direction. So we will end up with 6 and 6. But let's suppose that we replace 3 and 5 by 0 and 0. So essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to shift the 0 vector by 3 in the x direction and 1 in the y direction. We end up with 3 and 1. So we end up with a vector which is not the 0 vector, but we've applied this shift to the 0 vector because we set x to 0 and y to 0. So something has gone wrong. So this attempt to perform a translation of a 2D vector is not linear. It's gone wrong. So for a linear operation, we must have tu equals au is true for all cases. And this is patently not the case for this translation. So we introduce homogeneous coordinates. So let's first of all just concentrate on one dimension, the x direction. And let's define a vector u, which has a length 2.4. So it's you can think of it as a vector with only one element, and it's going to be 2.4. If we turn it into a vector with 2 elements, and so we go from 1 dimension to 2 dimensions, and what we're doing is we're actually adding a second dimension and we're labeling it w. So if we have u1 and u2, we're talking about that's u1, that's u2. We have a vector uh, a position vector for this point here. So it's 2.4 in the x direction and 1 in the w direction. And effectively what we've done is we've actually shifted this with its origin up to here, because it's still that if you work along this x-axis, but we're actually here, and so we've actually created a vector of 2 components for a very good reason, and I'll show you what that reason is. So what we always have to do is add a 0, 1, or if it's 3 dimensions, 0, 0, 1, or if it's 4 dimensions, 0, 0, 0, 1, this extra row here. And we choose a value for w, we'll say 1. So this is what we're working with, and this additional row enables a transformation which is linear. We're going to be adding a movement in the x direction of delta x. Okay, so if we take this UH and we apply the transformation to it, and we apply this transformation matrix A to U, 1 times 2.4 plus 1 times delta x seems to have shifted the U1, which is now U1 here, sorry, the amount we want in the x direction. And now 0 times 2.4 is 0, and plus 1 times 1 is 1. So what we end up with is this, 3.4 and 1. Well, we're only really interested in this, the projection of the transformed UH onto the x direction. And we have actually achieved our movement in the x direction by 1 unit, from 2.4 to 3.4. And if we do a test on this to see if this is true, apply t to the 0 vector, and we should end up with a 0 vector. So instead of our 2.4 and 1, we have 0 and 0. So effectively, this is this component on the W is 0, and this component along here is 0. So that's our 0 vector. 1 times 0 plus delta x times 0 is 0. 0 times 0 is 0 plus 1 times 0 is 0. So this works. But we still have to actually apply this test, because under certain circumstances, you could end up with this not being true. So these are the three things that define a linear transformation. So by adding 0, 1 along here, and by adding the movement, so where have we moved this origin to in the W direction? It's 1. We've been able to achieve our goal of a translation in this direction that satisfies linearity. Okay, so the key idea, if we tried a different value of delta x, 1.8, what we're trying to do is we're trying to move u from this point to this point. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to add this delta x to u. And the way to do it, as I say, is to just shift the origin up to here, and then we can do that. But shifting the origin is encoded in this value for W1 here, and what we have to do here by adding this 0, 1 here. Okay, so there you are. It's 4.2 because it's 2.4 plus 1.8. If we have 3 dimensions, sorry, if we have 2 dimensions, because that previous case was started with 1 dimension, we turned it into 2 dimension by adding a homogeneous coordinate W. If we start with 2 dimension and turn it into 3 dimension, then we have to specify W here. I mean, we normally choose W to be 1. Okay, so what we end up with is a transformation matrix, which is W1 along the diagonal. And remember that we've got this third component, which is in the W direction. So we're going to apply this to this, and when we multiply it out, we end up with W times 5 plus delta x, 3 plus delta y, and 1. So I left it as WW here, but in actual fact, in the previous example, the W in both cases, this was 1, and if W is 1, we don't need to use this, so we end up with what's required. And remember that we don't need this V3. We're only interested in these two. Yeah, I wonder if I can just go back to reinforce that point. So this has to be 0, 1, but that, when I went to 2 dimensions, that was I specified as W because I just wanted to keep it general. But in actual fact, most times, 9 times out of 10, you equate W with 1, and so this would be 1, 1, and then that's standard. So in summary, matrix multiplication can't deal with translation in the normal coordinate system. However, homogeneous coordinates provide a coordinate system in which matrix multiplication is supported for all transformations. Homogeneous coordinates are of the dimension 1 higher than that of the space they apply to. After transformation that has been applied to a row or column matrix, the latter are converted back to Cartesian coordinates by first dividing homogeneous coordinates by the W coordinate and then omitting the latter. Any value other than 0 may be used for W, but 1 is normally chosen. And when we want to do rotations, basically we put this sorry, when we're doing rotations and we know we're going to be doing translations, we do use this third homogeneous coordinate. And when we do scaling, we need the third coordinate, the third row, sorry. And then we can put all of this together. So this is rotation first. Rotation is applied first, then scaling, and then translation. It has to be done that way if you're going to see that desired rotation, scaling, and transformation I demonstrated in the program. Sorry. This is the final rotate, scale, and translate matrix with the dummy third row corresponding to homogeneous coordinates. So linear transformations, functions that preserve addition and scalar modification, enable complex systems to be modeled using measures and vectors, allowing a huge variety of mathematical, physical, and engineering measures written in a compact, uniform way. Matrices which represent linear transformations, and remember what I had to do was add homogeneous coordinates to get the matrix to be a linear transformation when doing translations, can be efficiently manipulated by computers. Many problems like solving systems equations, data fitting, image compression, or simulation, or all about finding or applying the right linear transformation. In machine learning, AI, neural networks are built out of layers that are essentially linear transformations plus a little non-linearity. And crucially, linear transformation help define eigenvalues and eigenvectors, which are fundamental in stability analysis, vibration modes, quantum mechanics, and more. And that's where I am going to stop because I've probably taken too long. But thank you very much for listening. There will be a link somewhere for all these programs, which you can download and then you can look at your leisure. Warning, those that were produced with Claude, Claude isn't great. It's better than ChatGPT at using self-documenting identifiers. I went through some and it did start changing, but those that I produced for the programming in how to program effectively in Delphi for A-level AS computer science, I have used meaningful identifier. The other thing about Claude is software engineering wise, functions, procedures don't always have a single purpose. So there's a health warning, those.
Well, there you go. Dr. Kevin Bond. Oh, there's a QR code in the wrong place. Let's get rid of that. I'm not sure if Kevin is in the chat. He's not at the moment. Well, he's in the chat, but I don't think he's there for the Q&A. But there's been a lot of stuff going on. For example, there's a whole conversation here about rotations and linear, and so I think the best idea is to go through the chat and see what's being said because there's a lot being said. One thing I liked Kevin touching on, I have to say I look a bit sweaty because I've just been out with my dog a little while ago, but I did have Kevin playing. Oh, here we go. Martha's asking if I'm back. Here I am. Yeah, I haven't disappeared. I took the dog out. God bless the little dog. He's 13 years old, so he's used to me working as a coder, and he's grown up from 5 months old with working, living with a coder. So he knows the score. But I do live in an apartment, and it's a second floor apartment, so I can't just let him out the door. I actually have to physically take him out. So bless him, he's a good boy. But there was a big conversation on the chat about various mathematical concepts, which I am not by any means qualified to get involved in. But one section that I did like Kevin touching on was to do with plagiarism, the plagiarism detection. The thing is, any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic, and that's that was a statement that was made many years ago, decades ago, and I think that's actually very true, particularly of AI. That there's a lot of it around where he just said, like, I remember Shazam. Do you remember Shazam, where you could say, "Oh, there's some music playing. Oh, I wonder what this tune is," and you could press a button, and it would within 20 seconds come back and tell you what the music is. They've incorporated it into Android and iOS. I think maybe, I'm not sure which one is using it, but certainly I've seen it where you can say, "What's this tune?" and it tells you. And that was the first time I ever saw a computer program using algorithms where I thought, I don't know how to do that. Normally, as a software developer, most programs I look at and go, I could write that with sufficient time and resources being people to help me, and nowadays AI to help me. I could probably do it. I'm experienced as a developer. Someone say Dave Notchich. Of course, it would be Dave, who's also a long-time developer as well. Arthur C. Clarke said that in 1962. Arthur C. Clarke, by the way, 150, 200 years ago, Arthur C. Clarke would have been burnt at the stake because he predicted many things. There's a very famous YouTube clip where he talked about what the future would be, and he was spot on. I mean, he knew a lot of what was being developed behind the scenes in science, but he then extrapolated that. He was a great science fiction writer, but also extremely good at technology. And but I remember seeing Shazam work, and I remember thinking, that's extraordinary, because it seemed to know every possible song. You could be in a nightclub, or you could even be in a grocery store with music playing in the background. Oh, what's that tune called? And it would listen to a few seconds of it, and it would come up and it would tell you what it was. It was like magic. And it was the first time where I thought, okay, I accept. I mean, I knew there were lots of things that I didn't know how to do, but I always thought, given sufficient time and effort, I could probably do it, because that's what I was paid to do. I was paid to be the smartest guy in the room. I'm not kidding you. I had a job description once that said, your job is to be the smartest guy in the room. Seriously, that was on my job description. And I didn't always succeed, because I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm not stupid. But there are plenty of people out there that are way smarter than me. But that was my job description. It was tongue in cheek, but that was really what they wanted me to be the one that would go and say, I think that sounds like a bad idea. And Dr. Bond is another guy of an example who he knows stuff that you think, I've always wondered how that works, and the plagiarism detector is one of them. I would have solved it differently, because I'm just that kind of guy. I'm not that mathematically exposed as he is. He knows stuff that I didn't even know. It's the Rumsfeld paradox. You know the stuff you know the stuff you don't know, but there's stuff that you don't know, and that's the Rumsfeld paradox. Sorry to put my finger like that and flip people off by accident. But the Rumsfeld paradox is that actually there are a lot of things that you don't even know you don't know, and actually there's all sorts of names for it. That around there, the Dunning-Kruger effect and things like that, where people are absolutely convinced that they know what they're doing, and actually they're completely incompetent. And the more incompetent they are, the more they think they know everything. And I try to avoid that by saying I don't know. There's loads of stuff I don't know, and just work on the theory that I'm probably out. But I liked the plagiarism detector. I've often wondered how that worked. Pattern matching or hashing or something like that. But actually, if you think about it, a straightforward hash of some text would be easily, you could easily fool it by just swapping some words around and using a dictionary to find some similes, and you could then make the hash completely different. With the plagiarism algorithm that he was showing there, it made it absolutely clear that it's much more complicated than that. He did point out in the chat that I accidentally started it was only a couple of minutes, but a few minutes. I cut out a few minutes. I will make sure that the entire video is available for people who are interested in that subject. It's a big chunk, 2 hours of knowledge, but I think it's worth it. You're getting a free computer science and math course there. Maxi Donkey, I don't know if he's still awake, but they stuck it out. It's late for both of them. It's 9:05 at night for Dr. Bond, Kevin Bond. Canute says, I remember a book used back in the 80s about graphics programming called The Principles of Interactive Computer Graphics. It has all the math which was known at the time before any graphics engines existed. Yeah, Knut, I absolutely agree. I grew up, my father was a director of ICL computers. In fact, he managed the factories that back in the day when it was International Tabulating Machines, created the Turing bombs with an E on them, bombers, not bomb, like an explosive thing, but the first things that, along with ENIAC and all the other computers of the time, helped to crack the Enigma code. He had nothing to do with it; it would be just a baby, but he managed what went on to be those factories: one factory, one 3 factory, and so I was exposed at a very early age to mainframe computing and early punch card computing. I used to write my homework out on that music ruled computer paper that was full of Fortran and COBOL. So, I did have the advantage of seeing early computer programming and grew up around people that were computer developers. My father wasn't. He was not technical at all, but he was a good manager, and I learned a lot of management skills from him. And so, ICL in the day was at the forefront. They later went on to become Fujitsu, I think. I'm not sure, but yeah, from the 70s onwards and the 80s, I was exposed to computer technology, and from the 80s onwards, I was doing it and was paid by people to do it as well. I remember using a Pascal graphics book with my student. Oh, it's Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Dr. Bond is there still. I remember using a Pascal graphics book with my students, some of whom went on to create CAD projects for their A-level computing. Good for them. Good, I'm all for it. I think that AI, the threat at the moment is for everybody to believe that AI is the answer in every set of circumstances and buy into that concept. And I disagree. I think it is extremely important. I'm an optimistic skeptic. I am optimistic for the future. Look at me. Look, I have a cutout, a life size. That's a 5 foot tall cutout of a Spock behind me, and I have Mortal Kombat as well. So clearly, I am a Star Trek fan, and that means that I always bought into that future in the 1960s and 70s. I was born in the 60s. I want that reality of Star Trek to become reality. Lots of the science and the maths is nonsense, of course, but some of it isn't. And the concept of talking to a computer and say, computer, tell me, tell me how many cans of this have been sold in the last 12 hours, and other random facts, and you can do that now. Siri and Alexa and all those others, they're the Star Trek computer personified. So I've seen that happen in my lifetime. What's going to happen in the next lifetime of the generation below me, I don't know, but it's extremely exciting, and I hope I'm a part of it. I'm getting older, so my ability to stay cognizant of what's going on might be impacted. But yeah, it's very interesting. Kevin says, if I looked hard enough on my bookshelves, I might be able to find it. Yeah, you can see behind me, I've got it just about focusing. I've got all sorts of books behind there, and I'm an author. I'm a published poet and things like that. I believe in books, and this is why, because we can have that physical thing. Any electric books that are out there now, whether it's EPUB or whatever, .mobi or PDFs, 100 years they're going to be gone, and that makes me sad. I think we should have actual physical books. And Canute says, are you sure you have the right Spock? Shame on you, dude. Original Generation is the one. Yes, I've seen the episode of Big Bang Theory. I'm sure that's what you're referring to, where Sheldon goes, oh, my lights are cut out, and he opens it up and goes, oh no, and it's Zachary Quinto, and it's so funny. He's like, oh, they sent me the wrong Spock. No, that is the Spock I ordered. Yeah, I think that's funny. And a few people there obviously get the joke as well, but no, it is definitely the the original generation spot. But you're obviously talking about Big Bang Theory episode, I'm sure, as well. Look, I want to thank Dr. Kevin. He's in the background still. Thank you so much for all the effort you put in. I know you used AI for a few things. You mentioned that to help create the slides, but actually 90% of it is natural intelligence and coming from you. And he's a great guy, and he's a fellow Brit, so I'm a little bit biased anyway, but he's puts a lot of effort in, so I appreciate it. Okay, so we are going to go on to the last episode for today, or last section for today, and that is, let me pull it up on my little computer thing here, which is do's and don'ts of working with interfaces. Now, this is from one of our Brazilian MVPs. We have lots and lots. Delphi, if you ever worried that you don't think you know enough Delphi programmers, go for a visit to Sao Paulo and wear a Delphi t-shirt, and you'll find that you're surrounded by thousands of them, because they're everywhere in Brazil, particularly in Sao Paulo. But Carlos is one of them. I've met him a couple of times, actually. Great guy. And his video is reasonably short. So, you know, you'll find out some stuff in a fairly fact-packed thing. Mark Berger. Helios says, I'm relying on a book by Mark Berger, Computer Graphics with Pascal from 1986. The math did not change since. No, that's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, math is one of those frontiers where people keep coming up with new things, but Fermat's last theorem, for example, was, you know, cracked, I think, and a few other things as well, but don't ask me, I'm not an expert. But anyway, on to do's and don'ts of working with interfaces. If you don't use interfaces, you should watch this and learn a little bit more about it, because Carlos's video is coming up now. Speak to you later.
Hello friends from Delphi community, please be welcome to another presentation of the CodeRage. I am Carlos Agnes, an Embarcadero MVP from Brazil, and I would like to begin by thank you all for being here today. In this presentation, we're going to be talking about interfaces, but why? A little bit of context first. Recently, I have been speaking at a few events about dependency injection in Delphi, and during those talks, I mentioned that DI is something I simply can't live without in my projects nowadays. The way I work with DI, and I believe many of you do the same, is by defining interfaces and then injecting their implementations into a container or something similar. In other words, using interface is also something I can't work without anymore. And so far, everything is fine. So what motivated me to talk about interfaces in this presentation is that recently I have been seeing blog posts and discussions in Delphi users groups about people having problems when working with interfaces. The source of the problems goes from not really understanding how interfaces works, issues related to memory management, architectural mistakes. So today we're going to go through these topics because even though interfaces have existed in Delphi since version 3, many developers still struggle to use them correctly. So the content we will cover in this presentation can be summarized as what to do and what not to do when working with interfaces. We will go through several key points about using interfaces in day-to-day development, and these points can be categorized into three areas: memory management, pitfalls, and best practices. You will all notice that the examples will be presented more or less on the fly without necessarily grouping them in the same kind of problem, let's say this way. But before we get started, let's follow the protocol and have at least one slide covering my background. I have been an Embarcadero MVP since the program was founded, over more than 10 years right now. I hold a degree in computer science. I have multiple Delphi certifications, and in fact, I was also an official Embarcadero certified instructor for several years. In addition, I have more than 25 years of experience as a Delphi developer and over 15 years as a speaker at specialized events. Finally, I am the CEO of TMR. TMR is a company specialized in Delphi, offering outsourcing, consulting, and training services, among other services. In short, if you have a problem you don't know how to solve, or your team does not have enough resources to handle, please contact us. We are based in Brazil, but we do business all over the world. Here is my email right from the start in case you have any questions or would like to get in touch for any reason. Please do it. Okay, let's start with the basics. An interface is the most abstract representation of a role you can express in code. It is, of course, even more abstract than an abstract class, for example. A well-designed interface defines methods that allows a problem to be solved without implying how it should be solved. How the problem will be solved is entirely responsibility of the class that implements the interface. This makes it possible, for example, for two classes to solve the same problem in completely different ways, where each variation may produce better results in one scenario and the other way in another scenario. The result is the same interface, keeps the rest of the code decoupled from the possible dependency of one implementation or another. In this slide, you can see how an interface can be defined in Delphi. The interface presented here is intended to represent an order, its items, and maybe the reference required for the future processing of that order. Of course, in a real-world scenario, an interface that represents an order would typically have a larger number of methods and properties. But here goes the first do of our list. Keep method signatures as simple as possible, with clear method and property names and input and output types that are consistent with the kind of data they represent. And that's the case of this interface. So what kind of bad signature could happen here? I can say that, for example, I have seen code that requires a parameter that is supposed to be a date, but the developer decided to use a string as a type for the parameter. It is completely wrong. Please don't do it. At this level of these interfaces, we must focus on business rules, and we should handle data in the purest form as possible. Converting a date to text and vice versa is something we should only worry about when building an user interface. And this is one example of a list that we could spend the day talking about. For example, floating point being used where an integer should be used, strings where a number should be used. And again, this is just to name the most simple cases. Since we have seen a do, let's now move on to a don't, based on an extension of the previous scenario. Imagine that a new requirement arises asking to export the orders data to a JSON or to import an order data from a dataset. Unfortunately, the most common used solution is to create a new method in the order interface to add this functionality. Please don't do this. But why? Well, the first reason is somewhat philosophical, and I'm not sure if everyone will agree, if everyone is a fan of solid, for example, but adding a method like this would violate the single responsibility principle of the interface. Second reason is a more technical reason, let's say it this way. By creating such methods, we introduce coupling at the very least to types like tJSON or tDataset and their respective units, the units used by those units, and so on. The third reason, there may be scenarios in which an order should not need to implement these methods, and an eventual non-implementation of them is something you should always avoid. It is a signal that maybe there's something wrong with the architecture of the interface. And of course, it also violates one of the solid principles. The solution is very simple. Instead of adding new responsibilities to the order interface, we create specific interface, each interface in its own units, one for JSON routines and another for dataset routines. This way, the main interface remains focused only on business rules, while the others handle technical details for serialization and the loading of the data and so on. Okay, so far all the topics we have covered apply as best practices to any language that supports interfaces. Now let's talk a bit about the Delphi specific details regarding interfaces. The first topic is quite obvious and well known to Delphi developers. That is, every interface declared in Delphi must have a unique identifier or a GUID. The GUID is used in compatibility checks routines when converting an interface or object to another interface, such as when we use the supports function. If you remove the GUID from an interface, you will no longer be able to perform interface support checks, as you can see in this slide. So do not remove the GUID. Even worse than removing the GUID is copying a GUID from one interface to another. Please never do that, as it may result in false positives in the compatibility routines that we mentioned. Whenever you create a new interface, assign a new GUID to it using the shortcut Shift-Ctrl-G. Okay, just as every Delphi class inherits from TObject, every interface inherits from iInterface, implicitly or explicitly. A Delphi-specific detail is that iInterface defines three methods that every class must implement in order to support interface. The methods are queryInterface, addRef, and release. This is a copy directly from the source code of the Delphi that we are seeing right now. The query interface is directly related to the previous topic about the support routines, since those routines end up calling query interface to perform the check. In the end, how the compatibility is verified is determined by the implementation we provide for this method. The other two methods, addRef and release, are automatically called by the compiler whenever an interface type variable, parameter, or field starts or stops referencing an interface object, respectively. At the end of the day, these two methods are responsible for an excellent feature that allows us to safely implement an automatic reference counting system, or simply ARC. But they can also cause a lot of headaches in certain situations, which is why it is important to talk about them. And that's why every Delphi developer inherits from a class such as T-interfaced object to implement an interface, rather than implementing it directly from T-object, because that and other options already provide solid and reliable base implementations for iInterface methods. The main difference among the available classes that we can inherit lies in how the implementation's lifecycle is handled. For example, whether ARC is enabled and the underlying object is automatically released, whether ARC is not used and the release must be therefore be done explicitly by the developer, or in some cases a combination of both. In the case of inheriting from T-interfaced object, we know that this class implements ARC. So here's another don't. Do not mix manual and automatic lifecycle management like on this slide. In this case, we are using a class that inherits from T-interfaced object that is meant to use ARC, and trying to manage it like a regular object with manual destruction of its resources is not a good idea. Don't do this. Once the object starts being referenced by an interface variable or a parameter, like the one passed to the method process order, the object will be released automatically when the process order method finishes, since the method was holding the only interface reference to the object. As a result, calling order.free will lead us to an invalid memory operation exception, since the object has already been destroyed at that point. So once again, do not treat objects that implement ARC through interfaces as regular objects by freeing them manually. The right way, use an interface reference from the moment the object is created and let ARC do its job. I always use ARC in my interfaced classes. I find the benefits extremely valuable and rely on it heavily. I highly recommend that all your interfaced classes rely on ARC as well. But if in some case you want a class to implement an interface without using ARC, please do not inherit from T-component. So here we have another don't. Do not inherit from T-component, or worse, from any of its descendants, just for that reason of implementing the basis for an interface. Yeah, in case you didn't know, T-component is the first class in the so-called RTL backbone that implements interfaces, and in that case, without ARC. Unfortunately, I see many people choosing T-component as the base for their classes just to avoid implementing addref and release, and also to avoid using ARC from the interfaced object. Using T-component as a base causes the class to be born with multiple responsibilities that will most likely never be used, especially in the business classes we are dealing with in our examples. Again, are you sure you don't want to rely on ARC? If yes, your base class should be tNoRefCount object. It is a native class, in fact declared in the system unit, the same unit as T-interfaced object, and this class implements interface without ARC, as the class name itself suggests. Okay, we have reached another don't. This is a little bit tricky, this one that we are going to see right now. At least I'm using the same example that alerted me to this case, which is somewhat complex, but it can definitely happen in other scenarios as well. I mean, it can happen in less complex scenarios as well. Imagine you have a form that implements a dialog interface. You instantiate this form, assign it to an interface type variable to access its methods, call its execute method. During the execute, the form destroys itself because tclose action CA free was used in the onClose event, for example. What is the result? You might get lucky if the operational system hasn't yet reused the memory area that the dialog used to occupy, or much more likely, you will get an access violation or another exception related to incorrect memory handling. Do you remember when I mentioned that release is automatically called when an interface reference goes out of the scope? Well, at the end of this method, a release will be called from the sum dialog variable. And the memory address it points to for release may be compromised at that point. If that's the case, an exception is one of the possible outcomes. Of course, you don't want to rely on luck as to whether an exception will happen or not. To prevent the previous case from occurring, the safest approach is to rely on interface memory management attributes, the weak and the unsafe attributes. These two attributes ensure that the variable does not take part in the object reference counting. So, in this specific case, I recommend using unsafe, since we are not interested in checking whether the reference is still alive, and given that requirement, unsafe generates more performant code than weak. Another good use for these attributes is to avoid circular references when using ARC. Going back to our order and items example, imagine that for some reason an item needs to know its order as well. We already know that the order knows the items. Now the item needs to know the order as well. Okay, if both references are interface based, and they should be, this would create a closed circle between the references, where the order keeps the items alive, and the items in turn keep the order alive as well. As a result, the reference count would never reach 0 for either of them, and keeping all objects alive and causing a memory leak. Okay, this is a closed circle. Okay. To prevent this situation, we must identify the weak link within the references, and in our case, the weak reference should be on the order item. So what we need to do is mark the reference as weak, as shown in the code on this slide. This way, items do not participate in the order's reference count, allowing it to reach 0, which releases the order and, consequently, its items as well. Now that we are all on the same page about the unsafe and weak attributes, and we have also discussed support methods, let's connect these two topics. I know I'm bringing up some edge cases that are rare or hard to reproduce, but what I truly hope is that you won't have to go through these same headaches as I have had. So here's another one. The unsafe and weak attributes are not taken into account when we use the support methods. Again, I know this is a rather extreme example, but trust me, it can happen, especially if you develop frameworks that make heavy use of anonymous methods, for example, and other constructs that increase the need for these attributes. So what happens when we mix the two techniques? Most likely a memory leak, since supports will always call addref, regardless of the presence of either attribute for the variable. And when the variable goes out of the scope, release will not be called, since it is a unsafe or a weak reference. So a memory leak will be the result of the process. The solution is to use variables with a shorter lifetime that do not have these attributes. And before leaving the scope, assign the reference to a variable marked as unsafe or weak. Okay, I get this question quite often. So I decided to include a slide with my opinion for this question. That is there a magic number for the maximum number of interface inheritance levels? For me, Carlos Agnes, the more we learn about abstraction, the more we understand that composition is often better than inheritance. Okay, that said, I have nothing against inheritance, and as long as the additional levels in the hierarchy make sense and remain coherent with the architecture, I see no reason to impose the limit. Okay, let's now go to do. There is a common consensus among Delphi developers that forms and interfaces don't work well together and therefore should be avoided, which is true in most cases, to tell you the truth. Okay, that doesn't mean, however, that one cannot relate to each other. Personally, I like having two loosely coupled classes, one for the form, which lets us to take advantage of the Delphi excellent red environment, and another class that implements the required interface. This approach has even allowed me to successfully use views in DI containers, something that many developers discourage, precisely because of the controversial direct relationship between forms and interfaces. Okay, we are getting close to the end of our presentation. There is a best practice that should be followed when working with interface, which is a well-written interface should not reference classes. I follow this rule strictly whenever I can, but there are some exceptions. For example, I have a class that acts as adapters for data type across different data access engines, such as FairyDeck. In those adapters, I need access to objects like tfield and tfdparam, and consequently, I have methods that have parameters of those types. Okay. The slide here, however, is about another exception: the inability for interfaces to have method-level generic types, as opposed to, for example, interface-level generics. That is something a little bit different, of course. I would like to make it clear that this is not a limitation specific to Delphi, but rather a limitation shared by many languages that support generics and also supports interfaces. To work around this, it is common to introduce a property of a type C some class, like this way, usually an abstract class, and have the interface implementation providing a concrete version of tsum class to satisfy, of course, that property. This is the case, for example, with interfaces that represent DI containers, which have many methods that require method level generics, like this one, where we have here a DI container that is an interface, as you can see here. This interface gives us access to this object called implementations, or this property that references an object. Okay, here is the example that I'm talking about, an interface referencing back an object, and this is an exception for that rule, I mentioned it. And this object, okay, now we can have a method that has a generic type right here. So this is a case that we can break that rule of non reference back to objects inside of interfaces. Okay, this is a do, of course. So we have reached our final don't. I have to tell you, please never, never, never typecast the interface back to its implementation class type. This is an extreme sign that the relationship between your code and the interface code is not okay, or that the interface architecture itself is not okay as well. My interface classes, my code, my classes that implement interfaces, for example, they follow an absolute rule. That is, in the public section of a class, only the constructor and the destructor are allowed. This ensures me that I won't use the object except through the interface it implements. The only case in which I consider casting back to an object acceptable would be, for example, to access its RTTI. Even then, casting back to object or t-object would be sufficient, rather than casting to a specific type, which would, of course, reintroduce an undesirable coupling into our code. Well, that's it. I hope you enjoyed my list of do's and don'ts about interface. Please don't hesitate me to contact me. I would like to thank you all once again for your attention. Also, thank Ian and the production team. Thank you, Embarcadero. And if all goes well, I will see you live in the Q&A session. Hugs from Brazil to everyone. Thank you.
Hugs from Brazil to everyone. And guess what? It did go well because Carlos is here live. Hooray!
Hello, guys. How are you?
Virtual hugs to you, my friend.
Thank you for you too.
We were saying it's good to see each other. I was supposed to go to Brazil this year. Unfortunately, governments being what they are, I don't know what happened, but my visa wasn't ready, and I went to the airport, and they're like, "You shall not pass," and that was it. So, but I did appear virtually. But I saw Carlos last year. You know, I just got to say that video, my friend, was really good. Not only did you explain quite a tricky kind of subject, but you did it so well as well, and in English. You know, because obviously, you know, you normally speak Brazilian Portuguese, so. But it was very, very well done, and I think not only that, your use of the slides was absolutely spot on with the big crosses, and I really like the bit where you went, "Never, never do this." You must be a terrifying person to work with.
Unfortunately, I believe that this is true.
I know you've got quite a lot of guys because I've seen them in the past. I actually have one of your shirts as well because I think you gave me one in Brazil. I'm wearing my work shirt when I'm working to emphasize that what I say is, you know, effectively sponsored by Embarcadero. So people should not be surprised when I say so. But Melvin Stevens, who has actually just emailed me about something else, great presentation. Must rewatch, but of what I caught of it, it was great. He says as
Thank
well.
you.
So, yeah, good job. And he's laughing as well because yeah, he did just email me. Melvin, I may be on the air, but I spot everything. You should know that by now. It's one of the things I try to do is always answer my email as quickly as possible and as accurately as possible. There's no good being quick and being wrong, right? So I think that you really nailed it. I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, interfaces is one of those things where when you work with other people and you go through their code, you quite often see lots and lots of classes and objects, and the beginner guys or girls are kind of like, oh, yeah, you could have done it this way, and you could have done that. But they've got T object, they've got and then the slightly better ones occasionally they're doing this and they've encapsulated things nicely, and you're like, oh, that's pretty good. They obviously know what they're doing, and they've used lots of methods and helper methods and things like that, so they definitely know what they're doing. And then you see people using interfaces, you're like, okay, this person does know what they're doing. Do you agree? I mean, I think those are kind of like the levels of coder that you come across.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I have seen several types of, or even worse, I've been victim of that kind of problem, access violations, and I don't know where this exception is coming from. And after spending a lot of time learning more from the interfaces, its methods, and especially the memory management, I decided that okay, this is something that's worth to share the word and make sure that everybody don't need to have the same headaches that I have with those problems. And uh, thankfully, I believe that I don't know. I have been working with interfaces for the majority of my code for more than 8 years, and the result has been amazing. And it is something that I really stood the ground and please use it.
Yeah,
It is very good.
And you're not the only one. I mean, there's a couple of books about it as well. Nick Hodges, my light is shining in my eyes, so I can't click on the tab. So okay, well I'll go like this. But Nick Hodges always said, always code to an interface. I don't always necessarily agree with Nick Hodges, but actually quite a lot of what he says makes an awful lot of sense. And one of the things he's very, very particular about is you should be using an interface unless it's absolutely not the right idea, and then it should be obvious that it's the wrong idea to use an interface. And I agree. And by the way, Salady, who is a very good coder herself, says, "Oh, our tattoo, amazing," and clapping. I don't know. Does tattoo mean something in Portuguese that I don't know? Is it like?
Yes, tattoo is my nickname. It is like armadillo.
Oh.
Everybody here in Brazil calls me Tattoo. They all know me as Tattoo.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. That's funny. Funnily enough, we have armadillos here running around. The joke in Texas is you never see a live one because they're always killed on the road. Unfortunately, bless them. But I have actually been, and it happens every year. They have armadillo racing. I'm not making this up. You know what they look like? They look like dinosaurs, really. But they're down in the museum near me. I live in Frisco, in the north of Dallas. They do armadillo racing. They do it to raise money for the armadillo rescue. So there is a good reason. They're not just exploiting these animals. But, so tattoo. I'll remember that the next time I see it. And Musa says, "Obrigado, Carlos." Even I was able to follow it. Oh, I'm sure he's better than that. And Boyan Mitov, you know who Boyan is, I'm sure. Practically everything in my libraries and in Visuino is interfaces based. There you go. See, I think
pretty good.
Yeah. And Melvin says, "Do you have this advice documented somewhere? Have you not written a book, have you? I'm sure you never have any time, do you?"
So I don't have it, but I can summarize it and maybe share with you, and then you can share with everyone who asked it for.
We've got a repo.
I believe it is a good one.
We've got a GitHub repository actually for any slides. So if you want to send me a link to the slides, I'll put it up on a repository for you. So
for sure.
Want to do that. But the replays will be available to those watching. So if you were kind of not keeping up, and he went at the right pace, so you should have kept up. But if you couldn't keep up, then you can watch the replay again. We don't expect people to watch the full 6-hour webinar, but the little individual sessions will be put up as well. Knut says, "I've read books by Nick, but I'm a slow learner, so I do not use interfaces much." Knut, oh, see now, Carlos and I are judging you. And you are amazing coder. I mean, I've come across your stuff before, and I know you said you've got lots of certifications and things like that, but I know quite a few people that know you, and you're very well respected. This is why we have people like you on. I mean, you're an MVP and various other things, but you're a smart guy and a nice guy as well, which is more important, I think. I don't mind.
You too, my friend.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Cesar Romero, we obviously know who he is. He says, "Love your tattoo." All the Brazilians are jumping on now. Terry Peterson says, "A fellow slow learner here, but I need to reread Nick's book." Yes. And Melvin says he'll hopefully learn from rereading your source. I warn you, the people watching, trying to read Boyan's source, you're in for a shock, because Boyan lives on another planet, as far as I'm concerned. He is an incredible developer, and he's done some crazy stuff that you look at it and think, how would you do that? But there you go. All right. And Boyan says, "I hope so, Tim." Well, look, thanks a lot, Carlos, and thank you for the effort that you put in. That was a great presentation. It was almost like a school lesson in how to do presentations, because it was so slick. I mean, you did a really good job, so I really appreciate it. And a few people saying they've watched all day nearly. Wow. Gosh. I mean, I'm made to sit through them. But, I'm glad for everybody that's doing it. So I'm sure we'll bump into each other again.
For sure.
If not in Brazil, somewhere else, I'm sure. And thanks. Is there any final words you've got to say before you go? Or
no, I would like to appreciate the effort to put on with this event to organize it. Thank you for Marta, for example. And since, for example, Cesar mentioned that I love you, Tattoo, love you, Cesar, love you all, MVPs, especially from Brazil. Beijo para todos. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Brazil, we love them to bits. It's great. Thanks a lot, Carlos. I'll see you soon. All right. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
Okay, so that wraps it up for day 4. Thank you to Carlos, and I would also say thank you to the production team, because producer Martha, she's always hanging around somewhere, because she just does. But what people don't know, and actually, CodeRage should have more of these types of presentation. Not everyone attends CodeRage as a seasoned developer. Melvin, that's absolutely the intention. We do, I mean, CodeRage is down to the people that want to present the sessions, and I don't tell them what topics to pick. I do vet some of the ones and go, hey, wait a minute, no, I don't think we can do that one. But I allow the people to pick the topics because I'm not the best judge of it. However, we do have lots more Delphi or coding related ones coming up. And I also want to be doing a special C++ event in January. I haven't cleared it with the bosses yet, but I'm just going to go ahead and organize it because C++ Builder, this version of C++ Builder, I've said it before and I'll say it again because it's true. This is the best version of C++ Builder we've ever done. And so if you are a C++ coder, you should download Rad Studio or C++ Builder and give it a go because it is a phenomenal piece of work. But as I was saying, these presentations, I know it's me, it's my face on the camera, and it looks like I'm doing everything, and people keep saying things like "thank you" in. But you know what? It's people like Carlos and all the other presenters that do this. But more importantly, it's my little team. Now, I always on the last day of the show, just before I play the Code Monkey, the final Code Monkey song, I always thank the team because it is a whole bunch of people that you don't ever see and never hear from. You'll find a lot of the presenters will say thank you to Martha because they're the ones that interact with her, and she gets all the sessions together and all that kind of stuff as well. And Stefan Nyland, who is on tomorrow, I believe. I think that's correct. Yeah, Stefan Nyland is first thing tomorrow, and he's Danish, which automatically makes him a genius at everything to do with coding. Because every Dane is anything to do with computers was invented by Danes or Brazilians. And but Stefan Nyland, he says he'll see me tomorrow. Good. And Knut says I've looked at C++. I stick to Pascal. I get it. I always joke and say C++ is the answer you get when you say, how difficult can I make computer programming? But that's a joke. But honestly, I think Delphi is a lot easier. I can code in C++. I was a C++ and C coder for a number of years professionally and got paid to do it, especially C. I write antivirus software in C, actually, at one point. But yes, I prefer Object Pascal and Delphi, but that's just me as well. Anyway, that's it. I need to go and buy some dog treats for my dog so that he doesn't eat my leg during tomorrow's broadcast. And Stefan says, please do not oversell my humble presentation. Too late. It's all fun. It is what it is. And there's something for everybody. And we'll have more coming as well in the new year. January and February are going to be packed with some different events, some specific Delphi events, some specific C++ events. And then you can see me doing some other things like Yellowfin and Censure and a few others as well. So you're going to see me popping up on a few places. But as for today, that's it. I'll see you again tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. US Central and 4 p.m. UTC or GMT.